Sorry, I'm just starting this thing. You haven't, Franco? Well, you must not have been listening very closely, huh? The DNC's been going on all week. They've been talking about a lot of stuff. Thank you, OK Trucker. Welcome to the team. It's on a lot of news channels. It's on CNN, MSNBC. I wonder. I'm not sure if C-SPAN is posting it, but there's also lots of live streamers streaming from there. Hassan Piker is there, for example. Thank you for the heart, Mace Yellow. Yeah, they've talked a lot about reproductive. No, they don't talk about only Trump. What are you fucking talking about? No, they've talked a lot about reproductive rights. God, yesterday Tim Walz gave a really fucking great speech. I'm not sure if he actually mentioned like expanding his policies from Minnesota. I know he mentioned some of the policies that they put in place. They've also released that plan for like anti-price gouging and stuff. Pluto, nice. Hi, Mike. Thank you for the heart, me. Really, Luke? That's sweet. I got bug bites. Yeah, exactly. Yankee. But Kamala's giving a speech tonight. I bet she'll give a good one. It's been good, Mike. It's been busy. Yeah, Luke. Honestly, I'm loving all the stuff I've been seeing, like all the family stuff I've been seeing. Like, and I don't usually like give a shit. Like, I always think it's weird. Like the president's kids and stuff and family. I'm always like, that must be weird, and I don't know, like why we're like giving a shit about that. Really, it's always just I've like never really liked focusing on the family stuff, but this whole thing, like lately, I'm like, oh, like I get it. I really like this like, God, what's the term that they use? Tonight is the last night, yeah. Ghost. Kamala is going to officially accept the nomination, we believe, and give her speech. She's the, like, headliner. Reproductive rights is everything covered by, you know, reproduction. The right to birth control, the right to choose, the right to, like, medical care with regards to your reproduction, the right to IVF, the right to having kids, basically, when you want to, how you want to. Yeah, that too, Luke. Thank you for the Rosa Trucker. Thank you for giving me the vote. Thank you. Those things are here. Where's the... What do you mean? Those things are here. Where's the right? Women's right to choose has been heavily limited in a lot of states, and IVF recently. And the right, conservatives have proposed like limiting access to contraceptives and stuff like that. No, they didn't, JC. That Harris campaign said it wasn't true. Cite the source. We talking about banks again? Not really. Domestic enemies of America. My God, you guys are fucking dramatic. Yes, that's also reproductive rights, Franco. Yeah. Right, Yankee? Good point. Shit, I gotta pull up the... Let me see. Yeah. Yes, exactly, trucker. Kamala doesn't... What do you mean? What limit does she have on abortion? I mean, you understand... What do you mean by that, Jen? I mean, she's arguing for the old rules, which basically were like, you know, up until like viability. So it used to be, most states used to be around 22, 24 weeks. It was like a couple of states went up to 24 weeks. That was the most. Basically, you know, nothing into the third trimester, unless it's like third trimester is only ever like danger of like the fetus isn't going to survive or the mother isn't going to survive or, you know. I mean, not really, Jen. Like, it's always been, the limit has always been like 22, 24 weeks, basically like viability. IUI, not IVF. Yeah, Jen, and you understand that that's what she means, right? That's right. I'm trying to like clarify what you mean. No limit usually means like no legal limit outside of like what the like medical, the actual medical recommendations are. Like everyone knows this. Hi, Nas. MJ, just for that, I'm going to make you pay for my abortion. I'm going to go get an abortion. I'm going to go get pregnant just so I can get an abortion and charge it to your Amex. I'm just kidding. You don't have an Amex. Jen, I am very, very educated on this subject. You're just trying to, like, confuse the issue, I presume. Jen, I don't need to. No limits means, like, the old, you know, fucking status quo. No limits means, like, basically up to viability. And then third trimester only if it is endangering the life of the fetus or the woman. That's what no limits means. Always has. I'm not going to explain myself again. Or not myself, but just basics. Jen, just because you don't understand what that means or how anything works doesn't make it so. Franco, you still need women during surrogacy. You understand that an abortion in like the third trimester is just birth, right? That's just birth. Sure, Jen. Yeah, it's up to the mother when to get an abortion. It is. It is healthcare, MJ. I'm going to make you pay for it. Blue Yankee. I hope so, Jen. I don't think you understand, like, the basics of pregnancy. Okay, Mega. God, what do I hope, Victor? I hope they don't throw another fucking hissy fit and try to stage another coup. Knock on wood. You guys are such whiny little babies. Jen, I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I don't think you understand how pregnancy works. I'm not doubting you. And I celebrate it and I commend it. I agree. I agree with her. Late-term abortions are not a thing, Alpha Particle. That is propaganda made up by the right to confuse the issue. They're not a thing. Thank you, Angry Hobbit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Jen, I guess you're not very bright, are you? You're not listening to what I'm saying? I thought I was speaking in pretty simple terms. Jen, I 1000% believe you. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying I don't think you understand pregnancy. I'm not doubting you, not even a little bit. And I'm saying I agree with her. How much clearer can I get, guys? Yeah. Oh God, Jen, you've been drinking a little tonight. God, seriously, every time I come on here, Jen, we believe you. We believe you. We're just saying we know what she means. Like, what am I going to learn? I'm going to watch the video. I'm going to see, oh, you're right. Oh, yes, the thing that I already believed you about is, in fact, correct. Yes. Okay. That's not going to change my fucking mind. That's the entire fucking point, Jen. Why would I watch it? I'm not doubting you. I'm not doubting you, Jen. Why should I watch it? I'm just trusting you. I'm just taking you at your word. Why the fuck do I have to waste my time watching it? I believe you, and I agree with her. What don't you fucking get about that? Yeah, right, Blue Yankee. I mean, medical limit, Jen. See, you're asking a bad question, Jen. That's the fucking problem. Because removal of a fetus after viability is actually just birth. Okay? That's just birth. You understand? Jen, you don't understand pregnancy. You don't understand very basic facts of how the fucking process works. February. Exactly. I agree. February. Hi, God. Elizabeth Warren. Well, because you don't seem to understand, Jen. You don't seem to understand, like, that after viability, abortion is just birth. So you're trying to, like, catch us on something, and we're just explaining to you. I believe in, sure, no limit. Remove it whenever. After viability, that's just birth. That just means birth. So I've been trying to, Jen, but you seem to have difficulty with understanding very basic concepts, like I believe you. So I don't know how much more simply I can put it. I've been saying it very, very simply. I got a new camera? No, this is just my iPhone. Why? Does it look weird? Lizzie Dubs is on here. Do you guys want to hear her speech? Should I turn it up? Crispier video? I think that's just the lighting. It's just the lighting. It's just high contrast. Alexa, turn on the circle lights. Can I help a little bit? A little bit? Oh, thank you, Naz. Maybe TikTok, like, updated or something. Can you hear her? Probably not, because I can barely hear her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The fact that anyone can support that, man, whoa, it's fucking incredible to me. Ooh. Sick burn from Lizzie Dubs. How many would it require, garlic? Because the thing is, if we don't fix the Amazon, everyone's going. You know? Like all nearly 8 billion of us. We're going. I mean, I like that. I mean, she hasn't spoken yet, Ricky. But I suspect you don't know that. Just based on your question. Thank you, trucker. So, I'm not sure what the question is, Ricky. She's been at a bunch of rallies this week. You could go watch some of her speeches at those rallies because she does talk about some of her policies. But I suspect you won't do that because I suspect you are not asking in good faith. You don't actually want to know. You want me to not know. Yep, RC. But only one of them wants to actually dismantle our democracy. So, at least in a democracy, we still get to oppose G's side. Well, the general election hasn't occurred yet, slabs. So, I guess we'll find out who's voting for her then. November 5th, baby. A constitutional republic is a form of democracy. If you Google the term, it'll literally say a form of democracy or type of democracy. But thank you for playing. over the last 20 years. That's interesting. That's an interesting cutoff. Why not go back the last 28 years? Oh, because if you go back the last 28 years, it's going to include the next 2 terms of fucking Republicans. Huh? Huh? Fucking intellectual dishonesty bullshit. Yes, leftist. Exactly. Yeah, wealth inequality fucking soars under Republican policies. Trickle-down economics was the biggest scam you guys fucking, like, completely bought. You fell for hook, line, and sinker. Dumbest shit ever. Yeah, the way we're gonna make things equal is by giving rich people even more money. Trust us. Trust us. And you guys were like, hum nom 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 nom. Hum nom 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 nom. Yeah, yeah. To no end. That's quite the like random fucking measure. To no end. In fact, there is an end to it. Our tax rates are very strictly defined. But I'm sure that the billionaires thank you for defending their right to not be taxed. The richest people. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that Elon was suddenly a Democrat. Billionaires in general, Connor. Democrats want to tax the wealthy. Like the billionaires. You guys keep saying like, oh, Democrats want to raise taxes. Yeah, on billionaires, guys, which you are not, by the way. I know you're not. Statistically, highly unlikely that any of you guys are billionaires. Highly, highly unlikely. Highly unlikely any of you guys will actually get your taxes raised under wealth taxes. Highly unlikely. I mean, this is my boyfriend's shelf, although I have the same ones. Oh, I know lots of info, Ricky. I'm sorry that it hurts your feelings that a woman knows more than you. But it's going to happen a lot in your life. In fact, I can assure you it happens in every room you walk into that holds a woman. Better start getting used to it, buddy. What is a woman? I'm not sure what you're asking me. I don't think you are trying to have a civil convo, Ricky. Well, you said I was spewing something. I don't know. That's not very respectful, Ricky. Hi, Philadelphia. The topic, usually I do, well, I've got the DNC on in the background. When Kamala comes, when interesting speakers come up, I raise the volume so people can hear what's being said. But usually I just kind of hold like free-form discussion up here. I don't think you said... Let me see. Spewing junk. That's what you said I was doing. That's not a very polite thing. Hi, butterfly. Oh, I'm pretty happy, Ricky, because Kamala's about to win, and you guys are gonna be so fucking pissed about it. I am excited. I am very excited. Demonstrably false, Winston. Actually, you know, the president who has told the most lies, like by a long shot, is Trump. You can actually look this up. There are stats. There are people who have tracked this. God, do you want to hop up? The wrestler. What wrestler? JFK. JFK is dead. Hi, God.
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, good. Winston, why does Kamala hide from the press? Winston, you got to stop like watching Fox News, buddy. She's been at rallies every fucking day this week. She's been in front of cameras nonstop. You got to stop watching Fox News, who, by the way, have not been apparently sharing with you guys what Trump said about veterans most recently. Apparently, they're not only are they not showing you anything Kamala says, they're not even showing you what Trump says because they know you guys won't like it. Fucking embarrassing.
Fox News isn't news, it's just entertainment. It's like those tabloids at the end of the aisle at the checkout register. It's just for fun. It's not really news.
She's been on stages every day this week, Winston. Sorry that you're so incapable of Googling something so fucking basic. Something tells me you wouldn't be able to find the haystack the needle was buried in. She's been doing fucking rallies and speeches and fucking appearances all week, guys. All week. She's been interviewed many times. I want to brush my teeth really quick. I'm feeling a little gross. What's your favorite thing Mike Pence did while he was in office, Ricky? Answer me that, and then I'll tell you exactly what my favorite thing that Kamala did while she was in office is. We did it, Joe. We did it, Joe. We did it. We did it, Joe. We did it. I mean, you're the ones who seem a little terrified, Chamber. Son. Okay, Smith Dog. Facts don't care about your feelings. God. Ricky, did you answer what your favorite thing was that Pence did while he was in office? I was actually going through her resume a couple days ago. Let me see, I can pull some stuff up if you want. Should I? He's Googling it now. Yeah, I'm sure he is. Ooh, good question, G. I would start crunchy and end crunchy, and then I would stagger the others in between. So I'd probably go crunchy, soft, soft, crunchy, soft, crunchy. Yeah, I was. Ricky. That was my favorite thing too, Trucker. Thanks for the follow, G. Wait, let me see. Where are my? I said, let me look some things up. I thought you were looking things up. I was saying I was looking up her resume just a couple days ago. I can pull it up. But I said, I'm not going to answer you until you tell me what your favorite thing is that Mike Pence did while he was in office. I told you from the fucking beginning. You think I'm going to forget? What was your favorite thing he did, Ricky? What was it, Ricky? Tell me again. This is an illustration by my boyfriend's ex-girlfriend's grandfather who worked at Pushpin. I agree. Did you? Did you? I have a favorite thing Pence did, and it was ignore fucking Trump when he tried to stage a coup. He was chairman of the National Space Council, first VP to do it, and it was pretty awesome. But what did he do? Because being made chairman isn't really something he did. What did he do while he was chairman of the National Space Council? He put his glass under a table right after Trump did the same. What? I don't remember that. No, I'm trying to convince people to pay for my abortion because it'll piss you guys off.
I believe that all abortions should be paid for by tax dollars.
Yeah. Republican tax dollars specifically.
Yeah, just there. Just there. Just the Republican ones.
Yeah. Hey, Philippe. Do you want to knock me up just so I can get an abortion and make Republicans pay for it? He's thinking about it.
Some money out of this?
He's asking if he can get some money out of it. Gas money? Are you going to perform the abortion?
I do have a bunch of loose hangers.
Sounds like we're in business. One thing I like about Kamala, I mean, I have a whole fucking thing. Let's see. Credentials. She fucking, let's see. She created a hate crimes unit focusing on hate crimes against LGBTQ children and teens in schools. Let's see. Created an environmental crimes unit. This is, and then she came up here. I didn't even like fucking bring everything over. Oops. Policies. She's for reproductive rights. That alone makes me want to vote for her. Thank you, Master Jack. I'm going like all through her fucking thing, dude. While she was in office. She's been in office for a long time. You know that, right? Oh, I would love for that to happen. Non. Why is this being weird? Yeah, it's fine. Typical liberals Googling. You mean looking up information? Yeah. That's
Are
not,
you
I'm not
inviting
ashamed to
other
do
guests
that.
up tonight, B?
Yeah, I think so.
Because we have a request. It looks like.
We do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let's see. It is the real God. Parroting? No, MJ, just fact checking. We fact check here. It's literally become the motto of this live. We fact check here. There's literal merch being made. We gotta trademark that. So contradicting now? What do you mean? I am pro pal. Well, it depends on the fact that we're checking. You know, I don't just have one source like Fox News. Well, it is funny, Ricky, because when you're the one who comes into the chat with like a gotcha question at the ready, and when I ask you the same question, you're like, hold on. Because here's like, honestly, usually like I'll just say like she was VP. I don't like, what VPs do you usually, or what do VPs usually do that is like super fucking notable that you're tracking, right? So that's why I asked you about Pence. As vice president, I didn't follow her super closely, but I do. I mean, I have followed her fucking, whatchamacallit, her history while in office as a legislator and stuff. This is my boyfriend's, but it's from IKEA. About bot being granted? What do you mean? Al Sharpton is up. Yes, Claire. Yay, straight edge. I was just saying we gotta like trademark the phrase. Hi, straight edge. How does that work, Claire Bear? What, being pro LGBTQ and pro pal? Because I'm pro human rights, and it's not conditional on those humans, like, you know, feeling the same way about things that I do. In the same, you know that in Israel, same-sex marriage is illegal, right? And you know that there's very, very conservative religious people in that are very anti-LGBTQ rights as well. You know that, right? Does that mean that I think they should be G-sided? Absolutely fucking not. Just because we don't agree on everything doesn't mean I don't believe that they're, you know, not entitled to the same basic fucking human rights as everyone else. Oh, okay. So what, Claire, what you're basically saying is you want me to be cool with you not having human rights? Well, leadership, anti-gouging legislation doesn't really set price ceilings. It sets limits on how quickly prices can be raised by certain percentages. Not price ceilings. And I would agree with those people, Miguel Angel. Healthcare is a human right, in my opinion. Thank you, Julian. Yeah, Claire, I do. I don't think, I mean, and I know BB doesn't. I also don't think most of them are, I don't think all of them are currently alive. People are starving to death there. So, you know, I don't know how we expect hostages to be getting better treatment than their captors. Fleet, Straight Edge wants to know where his barbecue boyfriend is.
here. No, I'm not coming on camera.
He says he's not coming on camera.
Strict rules.
Mad single mom energy. Now God and straight edge are fighting over you. God says he saw you first. Back off.
Well, I don't believe in God, so it's gonna have to be straight.
God, did you hear that? He says he doesn't believe in God, so it's gonna have to be straight edge.
Hasn't he looked at the trees, and you know, every knee's got Jesus died, stuff.
Philippe, God says, haven't you looked at the trees and heard that Jesus died?
Jesus
stuff?
paid for your sins and stuff, you know.
Jesus paid for your sins and stuff, you know? Direct quote from God.
Yeah.
Philippe is busy. Philippe is tired, and I don't think he's in a good mood.
And he don't like to be on the camera.
He doesn't
I
want
don't
me on
either.
camera.
I don't blame
I
you.
think he's annoyed that I'm live right now. He's yawning. What time is your thing tomorrow?
My thing, it's your thing, actually.
It is my thing. What time is the thing you're doing for me tomorrow? Hey, you're getting paid for it.
I said, I know. I said I would come around 9:30, but it's like all the way by LaGuardia, so.
Ugh.
I'll get up at like 7. Well, if I skate exercise, God knows when I'll wake up, but I'll leave like at 8:30.
Okay. LaGuardia. What the fuck? Is that where his new storage place is or something? Yikes.
It's like
Nice
the
hair thinning.
Garden City.
Thank you. The background noise is the DNC. Reverend Al Sharpton is talking right now. No, I didn't, Julian. Should I look it up? Sorry, you guys were insulting me. Claire Bear. They literally invaded and kidnapped. You can't rewrite. Consequences, history? Claire Bear, you understand that the reason they did it, like, explicitly was because they wanted the return of hostages that Iz has taken, right? You know, Iz has imprisoned thousands of pals without any charges and whatnot, right? Which makes them hostages. So. Well, you tell me, right? If hostages make it okay for Iz to do what it's doing, then does that mean that the hostages that Iz took makes it okay for H group to do what it did? I'm not justifying shit, user. I'm just saying that if we're gonna, talk about one group, you're the ones who justified it, firstly. Claire Bear said, no, H group is the fucking group. No, user, Claire Bear justified what was happening right now, what was being done to Pal right now. Claire Bear justified it. Said it was like justified. Basically, you got to deal with it. You're going to deal with the consequences. Da, da, da. And I was saying, like, well, okay, if that's justified to you, like, let's play out that logic, right? I'm not the one making any claims about what's justified or not here. Claire Bear did. She's the one who said that hostages justify everything that's going on. So I'm asking if hostages on the other side also then. Okay, Claire. So Iz has had thousands of hostages for years. So according to you, a hell of a lot of shit is justified based on that. According to you, what H group did is justified. I'm not making that claim, by the way. I have condemned that since the beginning, but you're the one who wants to justify horrible things being done. So you're the one who's basically arguing that it's legitimate. I mean, see, people like you, like, You're cool with violence. You're cool with people getting harmed, and you're gonna like find a reason to justify it, but like you can tell it's not actually based on any sort of fucking principle, because as soon as it's like, all right, well, that does that justify this? It's like, no, you want to justify violence against the people that you want to perpetrate violence against. I know that that's what you're doing. I'm not just saying words, Claire, but thanks for revealing that you've like lost the ability to respond to what I'm saying. Thank you for the tiny. Guys, I posted a takedown of an anti-vaxxer today. Please go show it some love. I'm a little worried that it might get me in trouble. I know. How dare I, Julian? How dare I? Perché tu introblo? I would just, it was a takedown. Firstly, because it might get flagged because of the anti-V thing, content. I don't know what words might get. Man, it already fucking stalled out. Yikes. I was doing so well. And then all of a sudden, it's starting stalling out. Whoops. All right, sounds good. Straight edge. I'm delusional. Love it. Beyond delusional. Oh, Claire, you mad because I logicked the shit out of you? I am D, apparently. Hi. Hi, baby. Claire, you're going to come in here and you're going to justify violence, and you really think I'm not going to push back on that? If violence can be justified, that means violence can be justified in every fucking direction. And that's the problem. So as soon as you come in here and start justifying it, that means that like a lot of the things that you feel outrage about become justified, unfortunately, which is why arguments like that get us fucking nowhere. They just get a lot of people hurt and unalived. Maybe in the future, you'll think twice about justifying violence just because you like who's suffering. Oh, thank you, D. Not really, WM. They talk about a lot of stuff. Claire, again, like, if you're gonna fucking justify violence, that means that violence against the people you are on the side of is also often justified. That's the fucking problem. That's the problem. Justify all the fuck you want, but that means that you are less of a victim. Or your side, I should say, is less of a victim than you would like for them to be. As soon as you start justifying your violence, that means a hell of a lot of violence was against you is justified. That's the fucking problem. Stop justifying it. Stop it. Oh, you agree? You're not victims. Okay, Claire. Yeah, your side isn't victims. Great. So there is no justification for what they're doing right now. Copy. Good job. Okay. Right. So you agree, Claire? It's not justified. Was not at all victimized. You agree? Like that's according to you. The actions are just because weak people attacked you. So this is punishment. It's not self-defense. It's just punishment. It's a show of might against an underdog. Cool. Victims is a mindset. I'll remember that, dude. I'll remember that. Under Harris, what do you mean apocalypse? You understand Harris is not president, right? Okay, Claire. So you agree that the consequences that has experienced are also legitimate? That's what you're saying. My entire fucking point is that you don't get to like pick and choose. Has consequences. Okay, well then you don't get to pick and choose. Do most people dirt? Because yeah, so do pal, Claire. But nice pivot. How's Harris even there? Well, Beetle, it's not my fault that you haven't been following very, very basic events. I did not, RC. Why is this? Does it affect the thing for you guys too? I'm not doing that. Is my face showing up weird for you guys too? When I do that?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's annoying.
Too much.
Because that's how I see
something.
it. Yeah, it's when I bring. That's just me bringing the chat up so I can read it a little bit more easily. I mean, again, well, WMC and Mari, like, let's play this out, right? Name one of Pence's accomplishments. And saving democracy from Trump doesn't count. Because he did that one for us. 44% capital gains tax? I haven't seen any mention of that, Claire. I'm going to look that up. Oh, you mean the thing that Biden called for? Oh, yes, WMC. You bring up bullshit, and when I respond to you, when Trump is part of the fucking context, and then make that about. Okay. We're talking about when he was VP, James. 3 reasons. Democracy. One side is literally trying to dismantle democracy, like entirely, make it so that you never get to vote again. Completely do away with our power in this country. The other side is not perfect. I've got plenty to bitch about. But at the very least, they're not trying to strip away our fucking rights to vote, at the very least. Mari, tell me you don't understand how, like, parties work without telling me you don't understand how parties work. Legally, the DNC, the RNC, they're allowed to choose their candidate however the fuck they want. They don't have to hold primaries. And Kamala was voted on as Biden's number 2 in the general election. So when he steps down, when he can't do a job, she steps in. We voted for that. So when he steps down as incumbent from running, she stepped up. And by the way, it was open to anyone else to throw their hat in the ring as well. It was open. And no one did. No one else stepped in those 2 weeks. But you don't have to vote for her. You can write in whatever name you want come November 5th. You can write whatever name you want in there. You don't have to vote for her. Democrats will, because they like her. They're actually quite excited about her. Beetlejuice, I don't know. It's possible she was 1% approval when she ran for president. What was it? 5-6 years ago at this point. It's possible. I don't know how that undoes what has just gone down over the last few weeks. And the fact that Democrats are very excited about her now. I mean, you guys should be loving this. You guys should be so excited that someone, apparently, according to you, so undesirable is running, because that means it gives your fucking totally undesirable guy a chance at winning. You guys should love this. I don't buy for a second you give a shit about the lack of democratic process for the DNC. I don't buy it for a fucking second. You guys literally are supporting a guy who wants to dismantle democracy in this country entirely. You're going to tell me that you give a shit about who voted for a fucking candidate? Obviously you fucking don't. You guys are just mad because she's so popular. You're in panic mode and it's fucking hilarious. And you're trying to like grasp at straws. No one believes that you give a shit about how she was chosen. No one believes it. It is the funniest shit when you guys come in here like pretending to be outraged. Keep doing it. It's fucking hilarious. We laugh about it all the time. I'm not a Democrat, Candace. I'm not. That's the fucking funny part. You guys are just so hilarious. He's like literally, I mean, have you seen Project 2025? She's a communist? Oh, God. Where are you guys getting? I mean, I don't have to ask. I know that fucking Trump has started calling her communist, right? And Fox News. Can you guys define communism and tell me exactly how Kamala fits the description? Come on. Trump literally said, if you vote for me this time, you'll never have to vote again. What does that mean? What does that mean? He has hinted since the beginning that he should be entitled to a third term. He literally tried to steal the last election. He called up fucking governors asking them to find votes. Come on, guys. Come on. Like the fact that you're so willing to hand over this country to that buffoon who doesn't give a shit about you. Come on, guys. I could understand you like being hateful people, right? Hateful people who want to strip away women's rights, LGBTQ rights, even, people of color's rights. I can understand being raised to fucking believe that. I don't empathize with it, but I can understand that, if you have a shitty parent who's going to teach you shitty things, fine. But to be like so fucking ready to sell yourselves out to a guy who clearly doesn't give a fuck about you, to be so ready and so eager too, so fucking eager to give up what little rights you have to this fucking jabroni. Guys, come on. Hi, handyman. He demonstrably was not, Claire. All right, God, you ready for these jabronis to come up?
Oh, yeah. I tried to invite that other one, but I guess they just
Yeah.
left.
You guys keep dropping. I've been accepting the requests.
That's the same one.
Yeah. Thank you, handyman. I think they need to chill the fuck out, Mike. It's been pretty slow, RC, this year. My boyfriend is also in the industry. All my friends are as well. It's been slow for everyone. I don't have a Joe Biden poster. Oh, okay. Not sure why it's not working. We've been approving your request to join, William. Someone else wants to join. You can feel a request. Yeah. Where are you, RC? Are you in New York City? The film industry, Claire. I'm sure they do, Aurora. It's inconvenient for America. Yeah, Poseidon? You think Poseidon is Joe Biden? That's kind of funny. Poseidon, Joe Biden. Who has a huge studio? I live in Brooklyn. I mean, I don't know that Trump has ever had a speech where he didn't mention Kamala or Biden. Have you guys seen those cuts of him basically rambling and saying the same fucking shit about Joe Biden or about Kamala that he used to say about Biden, as if it's like something personal about them? And he just says the exact same fucking thing. You know. Oh, I've got family in Westchester. Where in Westchester are you? 45 minutes from where? Copy paste, copy paste. Me too, Kelsey. Oh yeah, Steiner, I've worked there. So has Philippe. We've both worked there. Him more than me. I think he just did a whole TV show there. Yeah, right. Now they're calling her like Kamala or something. Communist Kamala. And it's, most people are like, fucking wish. Oh, Chappaqua. So I started sorta learning how to drive there many years ago. I don't have my permit expired before I got my license, but isn't that where the Clintons live? Chappaqua? Also, by the way, I Kamala's laugh is fucking phenomenal. Phenomenal. David's asking to come in. I don't know. I don't know if we've had David before. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. We need a phenomenon. I can never say that.
Hello?
Hi, what's up, David?
You want to put a carrot in my asshole and then make me lick all the poo off?
I
My
do.
silly old man asshole.
Yep. Glaze Trump? What do you mean, Josh? Glaze? Yep. He's just trying to get us upset. How long did it take you to come up with that, David? The funniest part to me is like, the time, if you've never like requested to join a live, you probably you could probably imagine it, but they're sitting here thinking of what they're gonna say for a while, and once they come up with it, they like psych themselves up, and then press the request, and then like wait, and they wait, and they wait, and they wait until they get approved, just to say the thing that they like came up with. And there's something like fucking hilarious to me about someone thinking that they're gonna like somehow successfully like ruin someone's day or something like that by doing this. Like, dude, I'm gonna forget you in about 20 minutes. Oh. The lights just went out. Alexa, turn on the shelf lights. Alexa, turn on the circle lights. Remarks by Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland. Or Haaland. Oh, this is Crushed Turquoise from the Turquoise Clan. Thank you, Elaine. They went off because Philippe left, and he has it set so that when he leaves, a bunch of things turn off. It's so annoying because, like, I'm here. I've been here, like, all week, and every time he leaves, it's like everything goes off, and I'm like, to turn the AC on, the lights on, all this stuff. There you go. Yes, I am. I'm at his place. Yes, exactly, Handyman. I wonder where he went. Where you go? Philippe, are you watching? Communist? Thanks. It's so funny. You can tell, like, very recently, y'all started calling people communist. And it's so interesting. I can tell that you guys all watch the same fucking bullshit because it all always starts, like, on the same day. You all start saying the exact same thing. Every time something changes or whatever, someone comes up with, like, a new attack, you all start saying it. And it's kind of amazing. Yeah, right?
And they don't even know what communism is.
I
They
know,
have
that's
no
the
clue.
fucking hilarious thing is. Fucking hilarious.
And both parties are battling to prove that they stand with workers. But sometimes workers don't get the invite. Do you know where the auto workers are? I haven't seen anybody from the UAW. Nobody from the UAW? After we struggled.
But yeah, like if you want to come up here and tell me, define. Oh yeah, user. No, we're using weird because it pisses you off so much. Yeah, it's a meme. But you guys coming in and like calling people communists, that's not a meme. That's just idiocy. It's just, you know, people not understanding what the word communist is. And Trump said it, so Fox News is saying it. Weird. We all know it's a fucking meme. And it's funny because it upsets you so much. Yeah, exactly. Communism equals I don't like it. Exactly.
We went to Vegas, where union workers are building America's first high-speed rail. To Lordstown, Ohio, where auto workers who lost their jobs under Trump return to work at a new battery plant. This could be the future. This could bring industry back to Lordstown. We saw it in its heyday, and here we are. We have the opportunity to make the battery. In Milwaukee, where workers are replacing fixing every lead pipe in the city.
It helps with the struggle. You don't have to struggle with 2 or 3 jobs. You know, you can maintain with 1 job. This is my own neighborhood. This is our neighborhood. Yes. Makes me feel good because I'm giving back something.
It's easy for stories like these to get drowned out by fake worker rallies at non-union plants.
Does anybody know that there's a Donald Trump event just an hour away from here? Yes? No? No. Was anybody invited to it?
But over the last 4 years, only one party has
Yeah, it'd be horrible if we all got, universal health
Yeah, the
care if she
worst
gets
of
in
it.
office. I mean, that would just be terrible, just
Yeah.
awful. It's the worst thing I could possibly imagine.
Yeah. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Maybe if we pretend we don't want those things, they'll do them.
Libtard's nightmare. God, you really think you're more relevant than you are, huh? Libtard's nightmare. I want to see your worst. Let's hear it. Let's see it. Nice, Nanook. Cool. Since God heals you, I assume you never go to the hospital. You don't use Band-Aids. Nothing like that, right? Ibuprofen? Aspirin? No.
Across the country, working class people are looking for a political home.
Yeah, God, thank you for healing them.
Says that he'll take on the elites. But then he promises handouts to big oil. And he punches down at anyone with the guts to be different. But populism.
I can't heal people because that would go against the divine plan. Things just got to go to plan.
Yeah, God's the one who hurt you in the first place.
Yeah, it's all part of the plan. If you don't like the plan, get over it. It's the plan. It's mysterious and stuff. Yep.
Oh, pharmaceuticals are very much witchcraft. Yes. Didn't God make pharmaceuticals too? Technically. Technically.
Wore red bandanas around their necks as they fought and died for respect and a living wage. Their fight yesterday is our fight right now.
Huh?
Right now. It is our choice to go on this cross
They said they'd rather meet their maker. I hope they've
That's
met
your
their
favorite
parents
thing,
at some point or another.
of working Americans fighting for control over their government
Jesus heals and doesn't give side effects?
and their planet.
I don't know.
All the moment to live up to. Let's get out.
Is delusion a side effect?
I believe it is very much a side effect.
Also, if magic heals you, why aren't we like on the side of magic? You know what I mean? If God is the one who's hurting us and paganism and magic are the ones that are healing us, why aren't we all on the side of paganism? Like, why do we like God? Maybe God is just fucking Lucifer. You know what I mean? I mean, God kind of sounds like someone I'm in an abusive relationship with. He hurts me just to test my love for him. Like I gotta be so fucking devoted to him that he's gotta put me through worse and worse trials and stuff and make me suffer, and that whole time I just gotta be more and more dedicated to him and more sure in my love to him. And then if I do all that, if he puts me through absolute hell and I still love him, regardless of all the stuff he puts me through, then I maybe get a reward at the end of all of it, but not in this lifetime. Not in this. Yeah, that sounds like abuse.
Except
like
for it's
abuse.
not a test, because an all-knowing God doesn't need to test anything. Ever.
That's true. That's true.
It's all part of the plan. Gotta be.
Exactly.
No free will for you people.
Yep. Exactly, Elaine. Hi, Halo. How are ya?
Donald Trump and JD Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of
Hi, Nas. Satanic feminism, baby. Yeah. Exactly, E. Why are you depressed, Halo? That's no bueno. Yes, thank you. Did you see my post about fucking Mike Lindell going undercover? I was so proud of it. I got like no love on the algo. I was so fully pelted me with that one, with the animation. What was his statement about Kamala, Ryan? I'm sure I'm gonna fucking find it ridiculous. What dirty bird? Nice roasted. Oh, I'm sorry, Halo. It isn't becoming for a lady? Fuck if I care. Gross, Rotary. Oh yeah, right. So he actually like broke the law, like really badly. In New York, a judge in New York found that he like purposefully, like, I think it was technically like a felony. He used a fake address when trying to like get on the ballot, whatever the form is, to get on the ballot, because it's illegal. It's like in the Constitution, it says like you can't have the presidential and vice presidential running mates can't be from the same state. They have to be from two different states. Like it's in the Constitution. It's like a very fucking basic rule that started from the beginning, because the idea was you don't want the team to be from one state and then just have that state, whatever. Like, and have them favor one state or whatever. But so because of that, his running mate is also from California, so he lied and he put a fake address down to basically say he lives in New York, but he obviously fucking doesn't. Like, his wife is an actress in Hollywood. The guy lives in LA. Like, I don't know if he actually lives in LA, but he lives in California. And yeah, it's super illegal. It's like one of the first laws this country ever had. If it's in the Constitution, it's like it's the first set of laws this country had before this country had fucking laws. So, Jesus. The fact that people like still fucking support the guy is like insane. Yeah, Halo, that's the rumor. I don't know if I buy it. I still don't know the difference. Oh, yeah. Where did Philippe go? Why is it only a handful of states? What do you mean? This is an anything live, Rogan. We talk about a lot of things. I let people up here of all sorts of beliefs as long as they're respectful. And we talk about them.
I got to visit Kamala with my team at the White House last year. I can tell you one thing, I knew then and I definitely know now.
Oh, it's a good question, Ryan. Some states might just be like, yeah, the states with money to prosecute will fucking take care of it or something. Yankee. Thank you, Rogan. I guess. I'm a lefty. I'm progressive. Well, those aren't mutually exclusive things. Stainless Steely Dan. Nice username, by the way. Karen? Me? Yes. Absolutely. I'll make your life hell. Left-handed. I'm not left-handed. I used to be ambidextrous as a kid. My dad was too. There's some things that I still do apparently flipped. I don't know, like knife and fork and stuff. Apparently I don't know. That's also like depending on what country you're in. So it might just be more like that. You didn't, Stanless? My top Kamala policy I support? I mean, you know, reproductive rights are a big one for me. You can still vote overseas. I grew up overseas. My mother could still vote from overseas. My sister's overseas. She still votes. Yeah. Pretty sick. Yeah, it's fucking sick. It's awesome, dude. Thank you, handyman. Oh, the hair care routine. I haven't washed my hair in I don't know how many days. Maybe a week. No, I think less than a week. Let's see. I usually when I get like when it's freshly washed, it's like definitely wavier. I won't call it curly because the curly police will come after me, but thank you. Does it pass the sniff test? I think so. Yeah. I use like Giovanni, I think that's what it's called, like tea tree oil, shampoo and conditioner. And I do like the squish to condish thing. Go. And then I rinse that out, and then I use a curl cream usually. I've been testing out a few. I haven't like landed on one. Usually I like the Not Your Mother's curl cream. It's pretty solid. Not Your Mother's curl cream. And I switch it up. But often I'll do, basically the easy one to remember is Not Your Mother's. So I'll do Not Your Mother's curl cream, mousse, and gel. But the number 5 gel, which is harder to find. Otherwise, I'll do like Not Your Mother's curl cream, mousse, and like kinky curls custard. But if I don't feel like doing all that, sometimes I'll just do the mousse. Sometimes, I don't know, I just fucking switch it up. Broken way. No. Thank you, handyman. Kevin Newsom is the best hair in college. Kamala's hair is pretty good, too. T, I'm going to go get knocked up just so I can abort it in your name. Just for you. Oh, nice. Yeah, so I haven't used a lot of Miel or Miel because like my research says that it's like it's more for like, it's like more curly hair. Like, so because my hair is mainly just like wavy, it's more wavy than this usually. I have to be careful with the products I use in it because it can just like weigh down the waves, the curls too much so that they like flatten out a lot more quickly. I'm still figuring it out. Like, I didn't know I had wavy hair until like 2 years ago, to be honest. Don't use this as an example, please. But if you look at my like TikTok, you can see I have TikToks where it's like a little bit more like. I didn't say that I don't lean left or right, T. I lean heavily left, T. Who the fuck said I don't lean either way? I'm not a fucking bullshit centrist. Are you fucking kidding me? I'd rather be, right wing than a centrist. At least that means I fucking have beliefs, even if they're shitty ones. Who's Victoria Rogan? Yeah, Trump has recently come out. He's like somehow cool with abortion. How do you guys feel about that? Thank you, Get Lit. I don't know what you were talking about, Rogan. You listen to what people say. What about what they do, Ryan? Yeah, God has great hair too. Oh, that's disappointing, Cece. Have you asked them why? The lights just came on. I think Philippe's on his way home. Who didn't overturn Roe v. Wade? Trump is directly responsible for it, Ryan. He fucking instated the Supreme Court justices who did just that.
At 16 weeks, my doctors told me to prepare for a stillbirth. I needed care. But my state's abortion restrictions kept it from me. I miscarried in a bathroom. I'll never forget my husband's face as he tried to stop the bleeding, trying to do what doctors should have been doing. When I reached the hospital, I lost nearly half the blood in my body. I can't change the past, but we can choose a different future.
You're saying, isn't it possible that RFK's numbers are low because he can't advertise? Yeah, but he also maybe can't advertise because his numbers are lower. That's how that works. With fewer supporters, he doesn't have as much money. Also, the guy sucks, so that's why people don't want to donate to his campaign, because the guy's a fucking whack job. Hot dogs, nice. Thank you, Kat. That's the only thing you know, handyman? Damn. I had a whole list. I had to write it down the other day because I was like, what the fuck? He's done some wild shit. He like barbecued and ate a dog, I think, was one of them. He threw grenades at like some tribe in like the Amazon or something like that. What else? He's done a lot of weird shit.
Stressing about insulin cost has been a constant in my life.
Really, handyman? That doesn't shock me. The whole bear thing is because he just happened to have this baby bear carcass in his car. He was like, what do I do with it? I know. Drove into the fucking center of Manhattan and left the mutilated baby bear carcass and staged it to look like it got hit by a bike. Where did you go? Where did you go? That's it?
Yeah, I have to go far to get my kind.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Halo says, hi, Philippe.
Who?
Halo.
Hello.
Halo.
I'm Lonnie Romero, owner and CEO of Mothership Coffee in Las Vegas. I to build my business. When COVID hit, this administration support kept
Absolutely not 10 million.
staff, and we grew. We more than doubled in size.
Have some self-respect.
Just not us.
Something you clearly lack.
Last 4 years, 19 million new business applications have been.
Oh, I don't get a choice? Yeah, sucks for you.
I grew up in Queens, but unlike him, I built my business with grit. That's my story.
It would be hilarious.
Let's turn the truck.
Yikes.
I'm Eric Fitz, and these are my sons, Kristen and Carter.
Bruce Springsteen and Darren Jeter. Why?
I always try to set an example for my
Oh,
boys
God. Yep,
to teach
cat.
them compassion,
It's true.
accountability.
Gretchen Whitmer's speaking tonight, apparently.
Values to be reflected
And
in
Mark
our
Kelly.
leaders. I don't want to have to turn off the TV because our president is louding insults or telling
Yep. 10 million. Really made a compelling argument. But you gotta. You gotta. Guys, feel free to request to join and fucking start, you know. I mean, it's fun to respond to the comments, but like,
What's about to happen next here is a group called the Pack Drumline.
it's a good question, Kat. I kind of think senators do, personally.
And the Chicago sky. This is something I don't think we've ever seen before at any convention. We're sort of heading toward a number of different
Hi, William.
What's going on?
Whatever, 10 million. Not much. 10 million's telling me that I have to vote for Trump.
Does he have any good reasons?
No, he just says I have no choice.
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Nope, it does not. Ooh, there's a drum line. Oh, the Chicago Bulls' drum line. That guy looks
So
like
is
my ex. That's weird.
Is the topic tonight politics?
Sure. I mean, it's the topic is always free flowing. Tonight is the last night of the DNC, so when, you know, Kamala goes on, I'm obviously gonna.
Ah.
Hi, Animal Crackers. Thank you. Variety chat. Exactly, Halo. I think it says Variety Discussion tonight. It says DNC and Variety Discussion. But
I haven't been keeping up with it.
yeah. I've not been watching the chat for like YouTube and Twitch. Whoops. When Gabby goes on, what Gabby are we talking about? When does football start, Kat?
Saturday.
Oh, really? This Saturday?
Well, college football starts this Saturday.
God, I love fucking drum lines.
What's up, handyman? I've been good. I guess people recognize me. I'm on my phone too much. People are like picking up on the fact I come on this live quite often. Where's Stovepipe at tonight?
Yeah, right. Straight Edge? I don't know. He's been working a lot lately.
He said he had to work, but he would be back later.
Excuses.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Did I tell you guys I had to block somebody on here?
No, why?
I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. They were having a discussion on whether a hot dog required buns or not, and it was just insanity. And so I had to block them.
Who did you block?
It's still a hot dog, even without the bread.
Oh my God! Did I block the wrong people?
You may have blocked the wrong people.
Who did you block? Who did you block?
I'm just kidding, but that's been on my mind since I think that was like 2 weeks.
I love that. I love that.
I brought it up at work.
You did? What did people at work say?
Gabby
Giffords.
In my region, I think it's just a regional thing, but they were like, "Yeah, hot dog, it's got to have the bun."
I'll put her up. You think a hot dog requires the bun? All right, fine.
Halo Kitty agrees. Fully constructed. I like that term.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's a Mint Mobile thing. When Gabby Giffords, I'll whatever speeches you guys want to hear, I'll just tell you who's speaking, and if you guys want to hear one of the speeches, well, I'll turn the mic to, yeah.
So tonight is the convention. So this is when she's officially the candidate, or is this a formality?
Yeah. Well, so the convention's been going on since Monday. Tonight's the last night of the convention. When she was nominated by the states, like they all cast their votes like 2 nights ago, and today's the day that she will theoretically officially accept the nomination.
Okay.
Oh, shucks. Yesterday was the roll call. Okay. I thought it was 2 days ago. Maybe it was, I don't know. Everything's fucking blurring together.
I wonder how Biden's dealing with, because you know he used to be in the limelight and he was kind of like the center of attention, and he's still
He
the
spoke
president.
day one. He spoke the first day. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man,
So did Hillary and AOC. Bernie spoke either last night or 2 nights ago, I think. Bill Clinton spoke last night. Yeah, Joe Biden was like the headliner, the keynote speaker day one. Thank you. Yeah, first night was good. Still a low effort one. Someone just revived the hot dog debate. The great hot dog debate of 24 has been revived.
Who did it?
William brought it up. Wait, so William, what did people at work say?
They're with me on it, and I think it's probably regional. And the reason, you know, it's if we go to like a fast food restaurant, we have a few around my area, and they sell hot dogs. You can order a hot dog at Sonic and stuff, and it just comes, you know, it's a bun, it's the wiener, it's everything, and they've never asked like, oh, do you want your hot dog with or without the bun? Like it's always just it's a package.
I know, but this whole thing started because I was making hot dogs and rice, and when you say that, most people understand. I'm cutting up.
You're making wieners and rice. Or Frank's.
No. Hot dogs and rice. Salchichas con arroz. Not all hot dogs are packages. What does that mean? It's a paradox?
Oh, they mean like the package of the bun, the cheese. And that's another thing. I wouldn't think.
Oh, yeah. And also, and then I went to the store and I bought hot dogs. They were labeled hot dogs and they were the fucking wieners.
Yeah, but stuff's
and they were labeled hot dogs.
Because
would I be able to sue them? My question was, would I be able to sue them because they labeled the thing as hot dogs but didn't include the bun? Like, is that false advertising?
Is
that deceptive marketing?
I mean, they're trying to sell you on a hot dog and all you got was the wiener. Like, you still needed to make another purchase to complete it. That is false advertising.
I could apparently
go back down to the bodega and film it. Although the gentleman at the bodega did agree with me and Great Edge.
I feel so betrayed by reality. Yeah, hot dog buns. Yeah.
What do you mean you don't buy hot dog buns?
What do you mean?
There's a comment that said, I wanted to agree with William, but don't we buy
hot dog buns? Yeah.
Yeah, just like you buy automobile fuel. You're not buying, like, it's a component of what you need. It's just automobile fuel.
That's not the same because the automobile is the automobile with or without the fuel.
Damn it.
So
well, that was just a bad example.
Yeah. Get a better one.
I'm trying to think of one, actually. Because then it goes into like, is it a hamburger without the bun? And I don't think it would be.
Hamburger patty is not a hamburger. What about, because what about like people who have like the lettuce? Yeah. The Oscar Mayer automobile hot dog.
And it's depicted with the bun.
I rode in the Oscar Mayer automobile hot dog car.
You did?
Yep.
How? Why?
It was in Houston, and they were giving people rides. So when I was a kid, so I rode in that thing.
Just for this such occasion. So that one day when it became relevant, you could say, I once rode in that car.
Yeah,
That's
we got
pretty
our
cool.
picture taken in it and stuff. It was cool. We were kids. I was pretty young.
That's cool. That's
The
so
ride
weird.
was horrible. Its springs were too stiff. It rode really rough.
Like 50K. You get 50K to just ride around in the hot dog mobile? What? Was it the art car parade?
It's kind of like a van. I don't know if they still have that. It's been a long time ago.
Yeah, I saw one not too long ago.
Yeah, in Houston. Yep, that's where I rode in it at.
Seems like it's always around baseball season and around baseball games because I saw it a couple of years ago at a ballpark.
That makes sense.
That's probably like where 90% of their revenue comes from is the ballpark.
90%? No, I doubt that.
I so rarely eat hot dogs. Like, there's no way I'm going to a ball game without getting one. And then, like,
Well,
at
how
home,
often do you go to a ball game?
a few times a year.
Really?
Yeah.
So you only eat hot dogs a few times a year, is that correct?
Yeah.
That's
I've never been-
un-American. Knock it
It's
off.
it's not un-American.
It is now.
I mean, I
Hot
can
dogs
kind
at
of
least. Hot dogs at least every 2 weeks. You just gotta.
What? Really? I didn't eat hot dogs for years, and I recently remembered they exist. And
That's
was
how
like,
I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, every once in a while I remember they exist, and I'll be like, okay, you really can't beat a good beef one with a bun and some mustard and some nice shredded cheese. It's hard to beat. It's horrible for you, but then once you've had it for 3 to 5 days, you don't even think about it again.
Yeah.
And then that turns into 2 weeks, then 3 weeks, and then it's
You
like,
know what the
oh,
problem
yeah.
is? Y'all don't go camping enough. If you
Oh,
go
you have hot dogs
camping
on camping.
on the creek or river, you have hot dogs.
I go
You
camping.
gotta
I
go.
could see that.
I always
You gotta go fishing and camping and you eat hot dogs because that's the meal you
Well,
have.
why go fishing if you're just going to eat the hot dogs? Surely you go fishing to eat the fish, right?
No, you don't eat the fish till you've been there a couple of days or until you get home. So you gotta have food to sustain you until you catch fish.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I always take food when I go hunting too.
I guess
No,
that makes
when you go hunting, you take jerky.
Yeah, well, I usually camp for about 4 or 5 days when the season first starts with some family, and we grill out burgers and stuff. And I think we may have done like breakfast sausages in the morning, but for the most part, it was beef. And I think we talked about this before. I don't eat a lot of ground beef. I eat bison, but no hot dogs.
Damn. You always take food when you go shopping?
They're making
Really?
fun of me because I have to take food with me when I go hunting. But sometimes I come back empty-handed.
Well, it makes sense though, because also like hunting, it's like it's not quick. It's not a quick thing to prepare, like an animal to eat that you've just
It depends
hunted.
on what you're getting. Like birds is real quick. Like if I dove hunt, that's real quick. You can just throw those, put some bacon on it, grill those. Is that backwards? Yeah, what is that?
They're nerds. It's not backwards. It's just my thing's mirrored. But Philippe got me this, and he labeled this Brenna size. Sorry, I'm listening. I was just showing you guys what I was about to snack on. You could keep talking about hunting.
So I'm guessing, William, you do the hunt and lease thing and you stay there and stuff. You don't just go into the woods, get your animal and go home.
It's so addicting.
I do it whatever I can.
You got me this bag like yesterday, and it's like almost empty.
Excuse me. Texas has some great wildlife management areas. Matador up in North Texas. Got great clean camping spots.
This is all that's left.
You go up there and camp and go dove hunt and do the cookout thing.
That's why he labeled it Brenna size. 'Cause I will eat an entire bag in one day, easily. Yeah. I don't want you to see how much I've eaten. Chat says they're addicting, and I'm saying, I know, I agree.
Yeah, Texas. Access to the Oklahoma ones just is not as good. South Texas, out near Laredo, is fantastic. But Texas does a good job of keeping everything clean. All the campsites are taken care of. No one gets too wild. I really like Texas public hunting.
Yeah, we have really good hunting areas for real.
Yeah.
And fishing.
If you ever make it out to like Arkansas or go hunt like cow deer in New Mexico, it's just the public access is just not as good. It's not as big. It's a lot more difficult. Texas has nature down. Like you can live in Austin or in Dallas or be whatever in the city, and there's plenty of places for public hunting and public camping, and you don't find that in a lot of states.
I don't do my hunting like other people does. I just go get what I'm gonna get, and then I come back home. I don't do the hunt and lease and all that other stuff.
Yeah, there's advantages to both. Sometimes I like to just get away. Like I've been off my phone for all week. I've just been setting up my cameras, feeding my deer, feeding
the
my
chicks
cows,
are singing,
getting stuff ready, and I don't even want to come inside. If it wasn't 102 degrees outside, I would have been outside all day.
Does it sound bad, or is it just...
I was outside all day.
You're in the Houston area, right?
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Hopefully the dog days are over.
Doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, the EEE, I don't know your name. Houston's got some good areas, not too far. What is... Oh yeah, Houston's a lot further from Laredo than I was thinking.
What tax policy? What tax? What?
I can hear you.
You can hear it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's weird. I just like lost. I can usually hear it in here to make sure it's like working, but I can't now. That's
I can
odd.
hear you right now, Falcon, yeah.
Where?
Oh, they're talking about the unrealized tax gains.
Yeah, actual like accountants and tax experts and stuff. I saw this like debate like online that was happening. They were saying like, and it's true, they're like, honestly, this like the unrealized capital gains tax is so fucking impossible to implement. He's probably just included that so that he can knock it off in part of negotiations, which actually makes sense.
It would be tough, and like it would hard to apply that fully because you have people who have owned their homes for like 60 years, and then it's like they have so much unrealized capital gains, but they can barely afford groceries. Like,
right.
It's just a tough proposition.
It's like, yeah, it's near impossible.
There's better ways to get fair taxes out of the market.
Yeah, no, but the point is that what people are saying is that the reason by the way, it's his proposal. The reason Biden proposed it, such a high rate for capital gains and taxing unrealized capital gains, which is near impossible, if not just straight up impossible, is so that he could drop them as part of negotiations. Like, you know, basically like what Republicans do. They ask for absolute extremes. So when you like negotiate and meet in the middle, they actually get everything they actually wanted.
Shoot for the stars, aim for the moon, whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't think Trump understands tax policy, dude. Trump just gave tax breaks to the rich. That's what he did. Eugene.
I wonder if Trump understands stuff a lot better than we give him credit for. Because he seems kind of dumb. You know, like if you hear him talk, he seems like a goon.
Yeah.
You can't deny he's been successful. He's a great marketing guy.
He's not successful though. He's actually not. Like that's the crazy thing. Like he's so bad at business that if he had just like invested the money that he got from his dad in an index fund, he would have done way better than he actually did with his money.
How much did
like
he inherit?
He's not a. How much did he inherit? Like a few million. I think it was like 100 million.
200, wasn't it? 200 million?
Was it 200?
He's worth it.
I seen that somewhere.
Yeah, that might be right. The index fund might have done it. But I feel like he might be playing. He seems like a dope and a
$413 million from his father's business empire.
And that was in the 70s.
Jeez, that was way off. How much did you say? 400 and what?
13 million.
Jeez.
I was gonna say, I thought it was probably like 400 million.
He probably could have made a lot more money in an index fund because I think he's only got $1.5 billion, which is a ton of money.
Well, that's what he claims he has. It's hard to know because he also claimed he's claimed more, he's claimed less. Exactly, Kat. The secret to being right is to already be rich. You mean, yeah, the secret to be rich is to already be rich. Yeah.
I don't know. Elon Musk is clearly an idiot and never right about anything. Although he used to be.
Elon was also born rich and wealthy.
Yeah, Elon was also born super rich.
But not as wealthy as he's become. And you know, if you think back to him like 10 years ago,
his dad is like a diamond mine owner or something like that.
I've heard that.
Emerald mines and stuff.
Emerald, yeah.
I've heard that. I don't know if that's true. It might be, but
it is true. His dad done an interview thing on the news. He talked about how Elon was saying that he come from nothing and stuff. Also, Elon's mom was some sort of supermodel or something.
Yeah, I think I have heard that. But I will say, Elon Musk seemed very normal like 5 years ago.
Can you what is one thing you think he was successful at? Because I can't think of anything that he done good at.
SpaceX.
It's not doing very good though.
Yeah.
Well, you've got those two astronauts that are stuck in that Boeing capsule, and that's all going to fail. And then SpaceX has one that can go get them. And SpaceX yeah, because they've docked their Dragon. I've got a friend who's really into NASA and space, and he's a big fan of SpaceX. I get a good dose of what's going on, but apparently, like SpaceX supposedly is actually run by some other people, and Elon Musk doesn't have a whole lot to do with it. But they're better than Boeing, I guess. But
they're not better than Boeing. No, Boeing has been.
Yeah, but
Boeing's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, Boeing. I mean, like fuck Boeing, and Boeing is obviously absolutely dropped in like quality and stuff. But SpaceX is not has not been more successful than Boeing at anything. Let's be clear about
the
that.
rockets recently, I think maybe we'll have to look it up because it seems like they've had more success with the rockets, and NASA does prefer SpaceX launches, and so does the Air Force. But it does seem like Elon lost his mind at some point. Like it seemed like he wasn't always this nuts. I'm not saying he's crazy, but it just seems like something broke. Yeah, and India just went to the moon too. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think India landed some sort of modular lander on the moon, if I'm not mistaken.
SpaceX don't even have an escape pod yet, do they? Not a tested one?
I don't know. I know that there's a 4-person rocket or ship that NASA is wanting to use to go get those 2 guys, or I think it's a guy and a girl that are stuck at the ISS.
7, so 2 hours ago.
And I guess Boeing, and it's a partnership between Boeing and I think Lockheed, but they haven't been able to figure out this problem they've had, and they don't want to risk those astronauts because of hydrogen leak. You know, I think the Challenger had a hydrogen leak, so I don't know. It's all complicated stuff, but it's cool though. I like watching all those launches and all those weird. I have a ham radio, and I know it's kind of nerdy, but every once in a while you can get signals and stuff from the space station as it comes over.
If I remember right, Challenger had an oxygen leak, actually.
Yeah, you might be right.
It was
I
a
was
gasket.
a kid.
Challenger, it was a gasket because it had.
What was the
It was
gasket
like the
security?
O-ring. I don't know what it was exactly, but the problem was that it got too cold overnight, and they knew, and when that happened, the O-rings would like shrink or whatever and get a little bit too brittle. And
Yeah.
And then and then when they launched the next day,
I remember that. And there were several engineers who I think thought that might be a problem. They pointed out, they were ignored.
Yeah.
And that was a
Because
sad
they-
one because I think 2 of those astronauts, one of them was just like, she was a teacher who won some prize and she was really smart. I think there was 2 people who were not like regular NASA astronauts. So it was like 2 civilians lost their lives because someone didn't want to go cancel the launch and put the right parts in.
Yeah, well, it was because they kept delaying the launch because the way it worked was like they schedule a launch like ideally this day, but they wait until there's actual ideal conditions and they have to delay it if there aren't. So unfortunately, they kept delaying it, and because everyone was kind of like knew it was supposed to happen, but they delayed for like a week or something. Officials started being like, okay, we gotta just fucking do it. They started being like embarrassed or whatever that they kept delaying, and so they were like, just fucking do it, even though they should have delayed again.
Yeah, that's so sad. I was a little kid. We were watching it live on TV, and I remember it happened, and then I don't think it processed with anybody. They turned the TV off and then kind of explained it to us, like as we were watching it. I don't remember ever being upset. It just looked like, you know, I was in kindergarten, to give you an idea of my age, but I remember seeing it on the television, and I was like, oh, cool, you know, here it goes.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, actually, that was a whole bunch of people just died. It was weird.
I would be willing to bet, though, SpaceX would do like all the rest of Elon's companies and eventually go under.
I don't know. I have heard that SpaceX is kind of like there's an actual real like rocket scientist that kind of runs it, and Elon is more of he's busy with his car and Twitter and the robot stuff, and that's why SpaceX is halfway decent because he's too busy to even mess with it.
Hopefully. He ain't got no business in that stuff, I don't think.
He's kind of like Donald Trump. Like, he talks the big game.
Yeah, he says a lot of stuff, but none of it ever happens, like the self-driving taxi, the Boeing company, and
it never pans out. Yeah, so
I was absolutely certain that he wasn't right in the head whenever he was talking about the Hyperloop and how it worked. I'm like, that's insane. No.
But he seemed so normal. He seemed so normal for like the longest time, and then he got radical.
I mean, yeah, but
oh, here it is. Gwen Shotwell.
yes and no. Like, remember when he offered to help like the trapped kids in the cave, and when they were like by building a submarine, and when like actual like divers were there, they're like, no, that's not gonna help. We were gonna do this. He called him a fucking pedo. Like,
that was the point.
Never been normal.
No, that was the exact moment when I think he lost it. Because all that before then, like, he seemed normal. He was kind of extravagant, but he wasn't crazy. Like, I remember that moment, and then he did call the guy a pedo. It was like, what's going on? That was weird. But on SpaceX, I just Googled it, and there's a lady named Gwen Shotwell,
and she's some sort of crazy engineer, all these schools. She's apparently the actual like person running SpaceX, and why it's not like falling apart. But yeah, Gwen Shotwell. That's a good name for a rocket.
Shotwell.
Yeah, that's a good name for a
True.
rocket.
Go ahead and Shotwell. Hi, Handyman. We are bashing Elon, Handyman.
It's hard not to do.
You know, this is a little embarrassing, but you know, I work in the film industry, and every once in a while, you dream about becoming big and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I'd say at least half, honestly, okay, like 75%, 80% of my daydreams about making it big and like being a celebrity is getting to be in a room with people like Trump and Elon and snubbing them. Like, that's what I envision when I'm like, what would it be like to be famous, like a successful, you know, filmmaker or whatever? Oh, I would get to be someone that these people that I fucking hate would want to be around or like shake hands or, you know, whatever. And I would get to fucking snub them, like refuse to shake their hand or whatever. It's fucking dumb, but where did God go?
Yeah, I just noticed that he dropped out.
God.
If you became famous, though, like if, you know, you obviously you think about this and you work in that industry.
Mm-hmm.
If you became like a celebrity, don't you think you'd be kind of annoyed with it? Because
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
they can't go
Yeah.
down like that one night when you went and got hot dogs and rice and talked to the bodega guy. No one really knew who
Yeah,
you
yeah.
were. You could just go
Yeah.
do it. Like, can you
No.
imagine being a famous person? Like, you can't do anything. I think it'd be terrible.
On the prayer line. Yeah. Yeah, like Chapel Roan's been talking about this. And I've seen it too, and it fucking yeah. It's not all, you know, sunshine and daisies.
I think it'd be annoying because I love just being able to get outside and walk around and no one knows who I am. Like a few people, like if I'm in my town or whatever, but like these people can't even go on vacation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I've worked with a lot of celebrities and it doesn't look fun all the time, you know.
I'm sure it gets old because nothing's private. You can't just run down to the store and get a pack of cigarettes. There's like people and the cameras.
It depends. I mean, I will say a lot of celebrities are fine, and they do, in fact, go and exist and stuff. There's like some super mega celebrities, like Britney Spears couldn't like leave the house without getting fucking photographed. You know what I mean? Like totally chased around by paps. But like, especially in like recent years, now that everyone has like cameras in their pockets and stuff and posts on Instagram, posts on social media constantly and stuff, like I believe like the paparazzi culture has completely changed. So while there are a few, especially when there's like dramatic shit going down in their lives and they're like in the headlines, yes, they're being chased around. Like I've crossed paths with tons of celebrities that don't have, you know, hordes of people following them. You know what I mean? Like it can suck when people are doing that, but I think that's also why a lot of celebrities like live in similar area. I mean, obviously, yes, a lot of them live in like LA because, you know, that's where they're working a lot of the time. But it's also like most people in LA like know you don't walk up to random fucking celebrities and like demand their attention and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like
And
I think it must be hard.
it's probably the same in New York or similar.
Yeah, it's similar in New York.
I was in Las Vegas one time and we mistakenly got booked the wrong rooms. They didn't have enough room for us. So they put us in the penthouse. It was very cool, the Planet Hollywood. But they, you know, like, hey, sorry, we overbooked everything. You can get this room and this room. And we stayed across the hallway from the guy who was on Entourage, who was Ari's assistant. That's not a big celebrity. I had butterflies because I was like, dude, that is the guy. And, you know, we would see him like in the hallway.
And like, I think that's the biggest celebrity I've ever seen is the guy who played Ari's assistant on an HBO show a decade and a half ago.
That's funny.
If the person who reported me to try to get my account taken out, if still in alive, jump on up. Let's talk about it, bro, because it didn't work.
What is that? What happened? Someone
Yeah.
reported you?
Yeah.
I didn't even get an alert.
I'd like them to come on up, though. I don't know if it was here, if it was off one of the videos. I get that people do things all the time because of my name and the little symbol by it, and I don't know if that was here from one of the videos, but I just appealed and it came right back. So voila.
Yeah.
They didn't get rid of me yet.
Hey, big baby, why don't you come up here? So
Yeah,
you
that's
got
what
what?
I
You
says.
got? Did you just like appeal?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and there's like nothing bad found. So voila.
Yeah, you weren't even like saying anything up here. That's fucking hilarious.
No, I was thinking maybe there was an Elon fanboy. I know they're pretty touchy sometimes.
They are really touchy. It's all because they want to be as entitled as he acts. God.
Right.
Same with Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
I don't mind.
There is kind of like a swagger, or not swagger. I can't think of a good word, but there is kind of like a Chadism about. Yeah.
Not Chadism. Chad. They think Chads are guys who get the girls, or those are like their alpha male, whatever bullshit that whole
I
incel thing
I
is.
thought a Chad was like a cocky person who was like.
Chad is what what incels call men who successfully date women. They call Chads. So it's like a weird derogatory term for like a successful dude. I don't fucking know. No, that's not what they are. They're just entitled little, bitches.
I'm still unsure of what a Chad is. Maybe I'll Google it later.
Incels talk about Chads as the guys who like are like, you know what incels are?
Not really, no.
I know what it is.
So incels stands for involuntarily celibate, and it used to be like,
okay,
it has evolved into like, incels are guys, men, boys who are like usually just raging misogynists who blame women for not wanting to sleep with them, and like say horrible things, feel horrible things. A lot of them have, shot schools up and stuff when rejected by women and stuff.
That sorority in Los Angeles, that was one of those guys.
Yeah, they're
that's
fucking
wild.
awful.
Yeah.
And they hate men who date women that women date, so they call them Chads. It's like a derogatory thing for like Chads are, I don't know, the bad guys. They're gym bros. They're, whatever, and they get women.
I get it.
And yeah, I don't know. It's a weird fucking thing. Don't spam. Don't spam, Apple. Yeah, they hate everything.
I don't know why people can't just live their life and be happy. Just do your own thing.
Because they feel entitled to sex,
I blame social media for so many of the problems.
Hi, Lily. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
In Uvalde. The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates and 2 teachers. We're taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again. My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of about worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop. That what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too. That we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Our are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office. And we will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
Please welcome former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords.
Well regulated is in the language. This is Gabby Giffords.
I was born in the great state of Arizona. I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit.
Just like someone should have done to you,
Can
Kim.
beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking.
Abortion.
Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Thank you.
I had the honor of meeting Vice President Harris when I got to introduce her when she spoke at my high school about gun violence.
My pleasure, E.
All I could think about is that I wanted to keep my kids safe.
That was sweet. It was cute.
Next in line to walk in the Highland Park Independence Day Parade when gunshots erupted. 7 people were shot and killed and 48 more were injured.
Vice President Harris has been a gun sense champion since she was our California AG.
We have 2 options in November. We have Kamala Harris, who has already proven her leadership in the Biden-Harris administration. They passed the first ever comprehensive gun reform in 30 years. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is cozied up to the NRA and the gun lobby.
I have full confidence in Vice President Harris that she's dedicated to and committed to finding a solution to end gun violence.
Please welcome 3-time Grammy-winning singer-songwriter and global pop icon, Pink.
Pink. Pink isn't Taylor Swift.
Of beautiful hearts. Sorrows down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the places
We'll hop off here. Everyone have a good night.
All right, William.
Thanks for coming
thank you.
in.
Yeah, thanks for hopping up. Incel vote. Incels were never gonna vote for Dark Brandon.
We came when you called, but many fool us. Enough is enough. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about trust? What about love? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then are you ready? Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. Are you ready? Now it's time to.
I'm looking up all the stuff of why people think Taylor Swift might perform.
She said you had the answers. So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about trust? What about love? What about us? What about us? What about
Not Taylor.
Superstar Pink there. The other singers there include her, I believe, 12-year-old daughter, Willow. We're about to hear from Mark Kelly, who you just saw with his wife, Gabby Giffords. Just want to say, as we're setting that up.
I hope she does, just to like dispel with the fucking AI bullshit that Trump dropped.
Jill and I just spoke to Kamala Harris.
Oh, I just saw
We
this.
cannot wait to watch her accept this historic nomination. Kamala and Tim will inspire a generation and lead us into the future. Again, so that you've seen a lot of references tonight to President Biden, a lot of thanks expressed to President Biden tonight. But this idea that we're not there, we're not stepping on what you are doing here, but we want to know that we're here for you.
So nice.
I know. You're losing it.
I'm saying all those mothers of the dumbass, they undo me. They undo me every time. I mean, they just undo me.
You all right, Chris?
Yeah, I just found the same with the mothers talking about their kids and
then Pink with her daughter.
I know, but it's also it's look, you gotta. Politics is about finding issues where you're 60-40 and you press.
Oh, I didn't see that get lit. I didn't see a weird Kamala military video.
Here's Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona.
What are you talking about? Mark Kelly's up. Do you guys want to hear him speak or? People are cheering. Arizona! Arizona!
President Obama.
Thank you, user. It's a 5-head, actually.
I had to follow Gabby and Pink.
Can you hear it?
Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks.
It's pretty crazy that like they've had like multiple Republicans and former Trump staffers speak at the DNC. That's fucking nuts.
I've flown into space 4 times.
flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Whatever the hell they want.
You want her to see her? Yeah, I'll try it. I might get flagged. The reason I don't show it always is because I get flagged. But I can try.
And for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming.
I'm glad he didn't become VP. Like he's great and all, but I'm glad the way he speaks is like not nearly as ballsy, you know?
Yeah, he's low energy.
Yeah. And it sounds like a speech, you know?
If we fall for that again,
Yeah.
make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies
Spike Lee is there.
Standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be.
What did he say?
We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together.
He just doesn't even sound human.
No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody.
Stick to the science, dude. I'm so glad she didn't pick him.
Former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta.
We need more of that. Sorry, I'm getting a little runny nose, itchy nose, because I'm allergic to the kitties.
Chief of Staff,
I'm gonna get allergy meds.
CIA Director,
Yeah.
and Secretary of Defense.
Leon Panetta.
I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our special operations forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as Vice President, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world. And he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Timwell, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies.
By bullying them.
Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II
Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Philippe is carrying Rizzo around, just showing her things that she can't normally see from her very little vantage points. Oh, you're falling asleep? Oh, okay. You're welcome to hang out while you fall asleep. She's just chilling. She's just like... And he's cuddling her, carrying her around, showing her things. Oh, he's showing her the cats. Like, bringing her close to the cats.
I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could. Meat packing, construction,
Philippe,
making pizzas.
did Max just hiss at Rizzo?
No money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had.
No, he's taking her to Neo.
I enlisted. Fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq.
Yeah, of course.
They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out.
No, Rizzo's named for Greece.
And when we got home,
Betty Rizzo.
failed to help us readjust.
High school slut.
We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation.
Also, the first lady to President Bartlett. Greatest president ever.
For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics. We were proud to wear the uniform. And we're proud serving our countries.
It's pretty bad. Philippe, why are you sending me milk bottles, baby bottles? Isn't that meant as like a diss?
We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves.
You do the baby bottle emojis whenever somebody's whining about something, I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us.
I could be wrong though.
No, I think you're right. I think it's like to call someone a baby. Philippe, are you calling me a baby?
Hero. Show some respect.
I thought he was listening.
2025 will slash veteran benefits and force VA hospitals to close across the nation. Show some respect.
Are you still in the live?
So, for the 18-year-old,
Are you still on the live?
for the families like mine who pray every night that
Were you calling me a baby?
for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Oh, it's muted. Oh.
Just respect,
Okay, I can't. I'm muted on.
but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream.
One of his cringes. Trump, Cooper.
Together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Were you calling me a baby? Were you calling me a baby? Yeah, you sent me a bunch of baby bottle emojis.
Remember when we saw that on that other guy's live? It's like, oh, like whoever he was talking to, he's like, oh, send a bunch of baby bottles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because it means you're calling someone like a baby or like a whiner. That's why I thought you were saying. Good to know. Okay, good.
We're about to hear from Michigan Governor, Democratic superstar Gretchen Whitmer.
You're not voting this year. What's the point? You know, the ability to vote in the future.
I think one of the most important things that we just heard from Leon Panetta.
Whitmer.
Days of celebration, inspiration,
Whitmer.
towards the future, and this message of joy.
Yeah, she's coming up at some point.
Reminded us what we've been talking about for months, that democracy is at risk. Right? And the next president is
Okay,
going to be
Cooper.
presiding over an America where we
I
have,
fundamentally disagree, but
here we are.
no one cares.
I guess we're just waiting for Gretchen Whitmer. But, you know,
If your vote doesn't matter, neither does your voice. You can leave.
Leon Panetta and remind everyone, yes, we're having
I want Taylor Swift to come out like as a fuck you for Trump using the AI thing, because his fucking followers are stupid enough to like fall for it, you know? I guess I'm assuming you have no idea what down ticket candidates are, Cooper. Whitmer's up.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor.
She's gorgeous. She's beautiful.
Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done.
Stuff. Shit. Done. Oh, I know that, Cooper, but I don't think you know who elects the electors. Also, you don't know, I just said, it doesn't sound like you know what down ticket candidates are. Thank you. What is this?
It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it.
Dinner Boys strikes again.
Knows who she's fighting for too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur.
A Trump voter who doesn't believe in democracy? Why am I not surprised, Cooper? No one respects him. He literally got laughed at the UN. That's never happened before Trump. He's fucking embarrassing you. But I don't think you know much of anything, so.
But Kamala Harris
She gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just...
Putin doesn't respect us now, Cooper, but I should have known. You're a Trumper because you've got mommy issues. Tale as old as time.
Is my family gonna be okay?
I'm not lying, dude. Just because you don't fucking know what's going on in this country, let alone the world, doesn't mean I'm lying to you.
What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? You like that? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
You're whining about Biden's age and you want to elect Trump? He's like 2 years younger than him.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, Democratic favorite. A lot of people are expecting her to be on the presidential ticket for the Democratic Party sometime very soon.
Director and philanthropist Eva Longoria.
Actor Eva Longoria expected to speak here and also, I believe, to bring in potentially some sort of around the country Harris watch parties.
No, he didn't, Cooper. Like I said, he literally got laughed at the UN. Fucking embarrassing. He literally, you can audibly hear him shit his pants during the debate. Have you seen that? It's fucking embarrassing. The guy's been walking around wearing a diaper for years. There's literally like multiple Republicans who worked in the Trump administration who spoke at the DNC this week because they're like, that man is a fucking menace and like you don't want him in the White House again. It's fucking pathetic, dude.
Every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well,
I think it's because Newsom, Governor Newsom is like a speaker, so he was like technically officially delivering the delegates. It was like symbolic or something.
Support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Exactly.
And she supports us to dream big.
Yeah, his own press secretary spoke at the DNC. How fucking embarrassing is that? That's like unprecedented. That is fucking unprecedented for a bunch of Republicans to speak at the DNC because the Republican candidate is such garbage.
When someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say,
Cooper, you've revealed the game of it. You've revealed what you're here to do. You're a fucking Trump supporter who wants to discourage people from voting because you know that when people vote, Democrats win.
and let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country.
Nice.
People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate.
This is a watch party. Eleanor, thank you for the corgi. All right, Cooper. Discouraging people from voting isn't gonna win you this election at all. You can go whine somewhere else. Let's send some baby bottles in the chat for Cooper. Baby bottles in the chat. Whee! Thank you, G.
There are watch parties all around the country.
Thank you, Eleanor.
Sort of zoomed into via the stage at the United Center in Chicago, fourth night of the Democratic National Convention.
I keep getting a request and then
What has been sort of a theme
dropping
is
off.
another Republican for Harris, former Congressman and combat veteran Adam Kinzinger.
Adam Kinzinger, fucking Republican. Another Republican speaking at the DNC. Embarrassing.
And I am proud to be in the trenches with you as part of this sometimes awkward alliance that we have to defend truth, defend democracy, and decency. I was just
This is a Republican speaking at the DNC. Another one. I've lost count of how many there's been.
city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label.
What do you mean?
I never thought
What do
I'd
you
be
mean?
here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us.
More so.
They love this country just as much as we do.
Cooper, stop whining. No one wants you here. Waiting.
And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too. Something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable.
Well, he's
It's
gotta
in protecting
cater
your
to the
family.
delusional
It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That
It's funny how this is a Republican speaking, Copenhagen.
of being a Republican. But Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight
She's pro-choice.
in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to every
Also, just pro-democracy. You ever want to vote again? You want the chance to vote in to elect a fucking Republican again? You should vote for Kamala this time.
his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." And he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to...
No thanks, Sammy. Also, I'm pretty sure it's illegal to offer to pay someone to change their vote. Someone want to look into Sammy and see who they are?
Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law.
Again, if you're new here, this is a Republican speaking. Adam Kinzinger.
Upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party.
It's very, very rare. I'm pretty sure it's unprecedented. I don't know that it's ever happened before. Some old bull. They hate Trump so much. Multiple Republicans have spoken at the DNC this week. Multiple. It's fucking unprecedented. That's how terrible the guy is. People who worked for him in his administration, his own press secretary, went up there and gave a speech yesterday talking about how much he instructed her to lie.
Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Who do you think is going to win?
Copenhagen, you're saying no, the Democrats are lining their pockets. I'm sorry, aren't you guys all like, even if that were true, aren't you guys all the like, oh, we want a businessman in office? Like, don't you like that Trump has bilked people of millions of dollars? If in fact Democrats are doing that right now, aren't you guys like super into that shit?
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India.
That'd be hilarious, Eleanor. Who do I think is going to win, Radical? I don't know for sure, but I think Democrats have more and more of a chance every day. People are getting really excited.
Yeah, it's just tough. I mean,
Dr. Shamala Gopalan Harris.
This is Maya Harris, Kamala's sister.
Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her two little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself.
Yeah, it's a good suit.
And when it came to
She's in a pink power suit.
Mommy had
hey, are there preliminary polls?
for us, but she had even
You mean early voting?
of us.
No, but you know what they predict, like
She raised us to
how
believe
they're gonna vote.
that we could be
Oh yeah, there's been polls. Kamala has been steadily rising. Trump has been trending down.
Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be.
I agree, Eleanor. Although I was talking to, maybe I mentioned this when you were in here the other day, but I was talking to Philippe about 2004 and when Obama spoke and like no one had heard of him before. I remember I was 14. No, I was 13. And I watched it with my mom, and that speech, she and I both were like, and I was like, he's gonna be president one day. And we weren't the only one. And I like looked it up just to like remind myself. And in one of the articles I read, it was like, even so-and-so, some news person was like, this guy's gonna be president one day. And I remember like that feeling. He gives such a good fucking speech. If you remember that. Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people did, Colin. He was completely unknown before that. He hadn't even been like elected yet. He was like a candidate for Senate or whatever. No one knew who the fucker was. 4 years later, he becomes president.
Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment.
Yeah, same, Eleanor. Although I didn't vote back when it was Obama. Because I was... Actually, I turned 18 like a week after his first election. And the second one, I was just a lazy-ass college kid who was so sure he would win anyway, so didn't bother. I actually only registered to vote when Bernie was running in the primaries.
To roll up our sleeves and get to work. To elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us. A leader who cares for all of us. A leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Someone's happy.
I did not listen all that much, but 90s babies.
Now, this is actually the last speech that's going to happen.
Last speech before Kamala.
Former North Carolina Attorney General.
North Carolina governor.
Of the nominee, Kamala Harris.
Cooper? Do you guys want to hear this? I have no idea who this dude is. Roy Cooper. Oh, I've heard of him, I guess.
Between you and the moment we're all waiting for.
Yeah, keep it quick. Come on. Keep it snappy. Hold on, was Pink the only performance then? Was that it?
I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was
I know, Colin. When I say I don't know, I'm like, I wouldn't be able to pick him out of a crowd. Really.
I was Attorney General in North Carolina while Kamala
Roy Joy.
had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us. And we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you.
You don't know who elects the Electoral College, huh, Cooper? It's okay. It's okay. By the time you graduate from high school, you'll figure it out.
Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this. Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready.
What's on the ballot, Eleanor? I think whatever you sent first got filtered. I assume devil's lettuce, maybe?
Kamala, like she'll stand up and fight for us. Hey, if you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia.
Nice.
Your sound is off.
Thank you. I can't tell anymore. For some reason, I'm not getting the... It's not doing, like, the feedback thing. Hold on.
Let's go get him.
Let's see if that helps. There we go.
It's working.
Yay. Yay, he was short, yeah. Now it's like a little movie. Alright, let's see if we can... Once this little thing that's going on about her growing up and stuff. I know, right? Very demure. I love whenever they come in here and pretend to be outraged about Kamala Harris being selected as the candidate. Like, it's undemocratic. It's like, bitch, your guy is literally trying to destroy all of democracy. You're gonna come in here and you're gonna pretend like you give a fuck? Jesus. It's like, once again, you know they heard it once, or maybe twice, on fucking Fox News, that fake outrage on Fox News, and they were like, yeah. You know, hook into that.
That is Kamala. She
No, I did not get Trump ads during the commercials. Did you?
people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her
Yeah, right, Benny?
to become a prosecutor.
Trying to save what? His ass? Yeah.
She went after predators who targeted women and children.
Fucking ridiculous.
And fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put
Alright, I'll try flipping the camera in a second.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ
or
Oh, I might have to.
FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of the prosecutor.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power?
Oh yeah, those are Kamala ads.
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to
Fucking Kavanaugh.
from the terror of gun
God, Republicans are fucking pathetic. Like, no, zero quality people have you guys put up. Zero quality people. Oh my God. Fucking Brett Kavanaugh. How fucking embarrassing for you guys. Jesus. I don't know how you guys can live with yourselves. Unironically. And not even because you're just shitty people, but like genuinely, you should be embarrassed.
She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and capped the cost of insulin.
No, Copenhagen. You can leave. What a dumb fucking take. What a dumb take, dude.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights.
That's true, Colin.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
And now she's running for president, still fighting for families like.
She has great hair.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people.
Kamala? Harris? Yeah, she's got good hair.
All of those
Yeah.
ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country.
Nice.
For these folks who are trying to divide us.
Kamala isn't respected by Putin. Putin literally has Trump on a fucking leash, yo. You think he respects Trump? Dude, he likes Trump because he can fucking wrap him around his little finger. He has him wrapped around his little finger. You think Putin likes people that he respects? No. Putin likes people he can control. He dislikes people he's afraid of. People he can't control. The fact that you guys don't know that fucking simple thing is like, come on, really? Fucking
Please
dumb.
welcome the Democratic nominee for president.
I'm so fucking embarrassed for you guys, but also it's like, I can't even pity you at this point. You know what I mean? Like, you're too shitty to even pity. What a disappointment. What a fucking disappointment, yo. Sorry, let me turn this. Hopefully I won't get flagged for this, but... Woo! I'll turn my mic too. Those Kamala signs, the vertical ones, look great. Look at that. So good. She does. Fucking beaming. Yeah. She knows she's gonna win. Look at her. God, I did not like her back in 2020, but like I am so excited for her. I am so excited for her. Empty seats. Oh my god. Cope harder. That's so fucking funny, dude.
I knew what Copenhagen was going to say, so I got my comment in first. So predictable.
Empty seats. Like what the fuck? Fucking wild. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, exactly.
Please,
like,
thank you
shut
so
up!
very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So, let me start.
God, you guys sent them at the exact same time, so they came in like, yeah.
For being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie.
Aww.
Love you so very
Oh my god, is it actually their anniversary? That's so cute.
Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both.
Yes! He literally quit his job to, follow her as she became VP. He's a good man.
You are going to be an incredible vice president.
Oh my god, I love that.
To the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Shamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled,
Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you. From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love.
Aww. This is so cute.
Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people.
For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. To be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks, on behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination for the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
Oh, yeah.
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and
Sorry about
listens,
that.
who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due. For seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. But we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office.
Red states literally had a higher unaliving rate than Blue Copenhagen. I don't know who the fuck is lying to you and why you're just swallowing it, but like, reevaluate your life, man.
Tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol, where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans, and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider...
Copenhagen, Google it. It's like, you can actually see the fucking studies that show that red states had way, way, way higher rates of people unaliving thanks to COVID. If you can't fucking Google, you don't deserve to have an opinion about anything, really.
His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy...
I did. I have a study right here in front of me. In fact, I have multiple studies, Copenhagen. I have a source. You don't.
The power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails.
Top Hit is a research research study on Science Direct called The Politics of COVID-19 Differences Between U.S. Red and Blue States in COVID-19 Regulations and Deaths by Gus Boyd, Perniciaro, Free, and Toisson.
Himself. We know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back. We are charting a new way forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy, where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs.
Jesus Christ, Copenhagen. Just give it a rest, dude.
Economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add
He was a moment ago.
up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans.
Damn. Middle class tax cut. Huh. What'd you think about that?
America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America,
You asked for policies, she gave you fucking policies. You don't get to whine now, Cooper. Go to bed.
let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom.
Copenhagen, I can assure you, Nas is a hell of a lot more educated than you are.
And I'm proud to have done it, end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot. developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done.
Nice jam.
As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds. One must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools.
Oh, Copenhagen, you fucking butthurt.
The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution.
Nice pivot, Cooper.
Crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially
On average, Republicans are way less educated than Democrats.
and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt.
And no one liked you in high school, Cooper, but here you are thinking you're welcome.
In Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law.
There you go. More Republican, supposedly, policy that Republicans supposedly want. You guys are the ones refusing to listen to the fucking policies that are being stated right now, and you're fucking panicking and whining and acting like this isn't exactly what you wanted to hear. It's fucking pathetic, guys.
Our security and values abroad. As vice president, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As commander-in-chief, I will ensure America always always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7th, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Self-determination.
And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un, who are rooting for Trump. Because you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. Fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world. That here, in this country, anything is possible. That nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. That none of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together, let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
That is a fucking crowd. I just got restricted. I'm gonna have to like restart the live in a sec. Copenhagen. God, you still here? Man, it is so fucking funny to see how panicked you are. The best part of like your reactions to this is that you have proven how much of an unprincipled little pussy you are. Like, she just outlined policies that you claim to be about. Lowering taxes for the middle class, investing into fucking military, what else? Oh, starting the process of passing the fucking border bill, bipartisan border bill that, you know, Republicans first introduced, but got fucking trashed by Trump because he didn't want to give Biden a win. All of those fucking things you should be all about. But you're an unprincipled fucking bullshitter because you don't care about these things you claim to care about. You just want an excuse to vote for a fucking whack job like Trump because you like that he's just, you know, an entitled little phony that speaks to you. Oh, okay, Copenhagen. Yeah, never mind the fact that Trump is actually raising taxes for the middle class. Trump actually stopped the border bill. And Trump has like, fuck all that you supposedly claim to stand for. That's not about stealing ideas. It doesn't matter whose quote unquote idea it was. If you believe in something, you should vote for the person who also believes in that or is actually like representing it. But you're just fucking proving that none of what you claim to believe or stand for is actually true. None of it. Because you now have a candidate who just stood up on a fucking stage and outlined how she was going to do all those things you supposedly say you want someone to do, while Trump has already put forth policies that go against those things, and you're still going to fucking refuse. Like, it's so painfully fucking obvious that you're so full of shit, dude. Look at it different. Okay, Copenhagen. Yeah, okay. Fucking pathetic. Pathetic. You see, and again, you're proving me even more right because you're claiming it's about policy, but as soon as they tell you your policy, you just call bullshit. You just call bullshit. You don't care about policy. See, like, if you're just going to refuse to accept the policy, then obviously absolutely fucking nothing would make you consider any option other than Trump, which is why I know it's a fucking cult. And you are, once again, an unprincipled little shit who just wants to vote for the guy that speaks to him because what? Does he remind you of yourself or of your pathetic little dad? Probably of yourself. I assume your dad abandoned you when you were a fucking baby.
Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for President of the United States. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done.
Anyway.
Optimism and faith for this country.
God, that would have. I'm pretty sure he kind of did it in his own way. Incredible. It was fucking great. The balloons. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, where are the balloons? I know they dropped them on Hillary.
The commander-in-chief test. She's the sitting vice president. The Wall Street Journal reported on her.
This is a good fucking night.
And helping with that hostage release.
God, I love it. I love that they're so triggered.
What she did tonight was
God.
disqualify Donald
Did he leave? Did he fucking drop? Oh no, did I hurt his feelings? Did I hurt his feelings? Copenhagen, don't leave. Come say more dumb shit.
And you take her speech.
Oh, there you are. Oh my God. That's your comeback. Why do all Democrats look the same? I can't. I fucking can't. Amazing. That's how little of a response you have because I fucking nailed it. I nailed ya. I nailed ya. Thank you.
And their indictments.
I know all your fucking hate for Democrats and, you know, liberals is driven by the fact that you want us, but we know you're scum.
biggest stage in American politics, and I think they closed the door in the minds of anyone watching on Donald Trump ever passing the commander test.
You literally don't even have a fucking response to anything of what I said. You just resort to like what, insulting my looks? I mean, barely. Barely. All right, dude. Fucking pathetic. I thought it was, her statement on PAL was probably the best we've ever gotten from someone in her position. But it was obviously very clearly measured and balanced with official U.S. policy being, you know, still like we support is no matter what sort of thing. Yeah, okay. Okay, Copenhagen. You can leave Copenhagen. No one fucking wants you here. If like you just proved. I was just basically saying that you proved how full of shit you are. You don't actually care about policy. You don't care about policy. You asked to hear the policy. You heard the policy. Now, so all of a sudden, now that you've heard the policy, you reject that. You just came up with some bullshit excuse of like you don't believe liberals. I mean, how else do you expect to find out about her policy? You're just gonna reject it no matter what she says? You fucking prove that you don't actually give a shit about policy. You just want to vote for Trump no matter fucking what. Beyond the fact that, you know, all the policies she put forth are things that you supposedly fucking support. Cutting taxes for the middle class, while Trump's policy actually raises costs by $4,000 a year. Were you listening? Were you listening? Yeah. What else? Fucking pro-military, pro-US fucking whatever bullshit patriotism. I don't even like that shit, dude. I don't like that shit. You do. You do. Resurrecting the border bill, the bipartisan border bill that was first put forth and introduced by Republican lawmakers. And the only reason it fucking died is because Trump called around because he didn't want to give Biden the win. Biden. Trump fucking tanked the border bill that had all the border policies you and your little bitchy fucking cronies whine about constantly. He killed that bill just because he didn't want anyone else to look good. He's working against your fucking interests constantly. And Kamala just stood up and listed fucking policies that are all the things you claim to want, and you don't even care. That's how I know how fucking unprincipled you are. You're not worth, like, talking to. You're just not worth it. Because you are not principled. You are not engaging in any of this in good faith. You're going to vote for Trump even if he promises to unalive your mother. Even if he holds a fucking firearm to her head, you will vote for him. Because you don't fucking care. God. You haven't researched shit, Copenhagen. Oh, God, what a fucking waste of space you are, dude. What a waste of space. I'm gonna mute him because I'm fucking bored. All right. If anyone else wants to fucking chat, let's do it.
Yeah, I had fun with him for a little while, but it's boring now.
It's fucking boring. Jesus. Chew toy is all chewed up. Exactly. I'm not giving him the satisfaction of blocking him, though. He's just muted. Who's worse, Trump or Biden? Trump. Yep, Eleanor, exactly. It just annoys me, too. It's like, you're going to really pretend to be here? Oh, God, Cooper, you're also just a waste of space. Come on. I think few people more pathetic than you have ever stumbled upon my life, Cooper. You're just here fucking somehow both shilling for Trump and also whining about everything and saying no one should vote, no one should do anything, everything is pointless. Like, you should probably fucking see a mental health expert about that, dude. But also, people who like try to get everyone else to give up are obviously just people who are fucking afraid of their own failure and embarrassed and completely defined by their own failures. The only reason you want other people to give up is because that's the only way you will not finish last in a situation. Why bother trying to get people to give up if it's not because you already did? Fucking sad. Me, Jam? I'm sure they do, Nick. Kamala just put forth some fucking policies that should sound great to Republicans. They should fucking love what she just presented in her speech. They won't, because they're not voting for policy as much as they may claim to. They're voting based on identity politics. The fucking irony. The fucking irony. They like Trump because he's an asshole and they identify with him. And that's it. That's it. Oh God, tinfoil hat man. Someone else came in here and said the same fucking thing. 12 out of the last 16 years. Okay, so if you go back any more years, you know that it tips back towards Republicans, right? Yeah, if you cut off at the right time, it's always, you're gonna have one more majority or another. Like, you think we're all fucking idiots? Nah, dude. We're not as stupid as Republicans. And that's a fucking fact, by the way. A statistical fact. God. What a good fucking night. Nothing you guys can say tonight is gonna get any of us down. We just had a fucking awesome night. An awesome night. And you know it too, because that's why you're running around panicking. Panicking the way you are. You haven't seen any of her policies? Nick, she just fucking gave a fucking speech at the last night of the DNC. You just skipped it and you're gonna whine about it? She's been stumping like all around the country all week. You don't get to close your eyes and then whine that it's dark. You don't get to do that. I mean, you can do it all you fucking want, but like, you're not gonna fool anyone but yourself. What do I think about taxing unrealized? I don't think it's ever going to happen. We talked about this earlier. Taxing unrealized capital gains is very, very fucking difficult to do. Very difficult to do. And actual, experts in the field have come out basically saying, like, they believe that this is just a fucking negotiation tactic. They're like, there's no fucking way that like, the government or anyone will, like, ever pull this off. They're just including this to be able to drop it during negotiations. She literally just made a speech talking about how she's dropping taxes for the middle class and comparing it to Trump's proposed tax, like sales tax increase that will cost middle class families $4,000 more a year. That's what she's fucking talking about, dropping taxes. Don't come in here with your bullshit. Because she hasn't become president yet already, Nick. That's fucking why. Really? You fucking asking that? Are you serious? Come on, ask a real question, dude. Ask a real fucking question, Nick. I mean, if it's a no non-starter, I mean, because that's like what, like 90% of politics is. Yeah, right, Neff? Thank you. Nick, I feel fucking awesome about the candidate we have. I voted for her as VP in the general. I voted for her as Biden's second in the general. So I voted for her to replace Biden should he step down in any case. So I'm fucking feeling great about it. You're obviously feeling poorly about it because you know she's a great choice and has a very good chance of beating your guy. David, yeah, yes and no, right? Like, one of her policies that she just said is that she plans to revive the bipartisan border bill that was going to pass as a bipartisan piece of legislation. So, because it was originally proposed by Republicans, and both Republicans and Democrats were on board. We're going to get it passed. And then Trump went around and called a bunch of Republicans and asked them not to vote on it because he didn't want to give Democrats and Biden the win. So she doesn't technically need a Dem majority in Congress, in the House or the Senate, to pass something like the border bill because it already has bipartisan support. Unless, of course, spineless Republicans once again fucking cave to Trump whining about someone else doing something for a change. Like the fact that you guys support a guy that is actively trying to disrupt fucking things from being done just because he's mad that other people, will succeed is fucking pathetic. Seriously? That's the guy you guys want to hitch your trailer to? I mean, it fucking tracks. Your only successes come about when you convince other people to fail for you. Just like Cooper, that guy who was in here earlier, trying to tell everyone to fucking give up. Don't vote, give up. Because that's the only way he could ever eke out a win, is if everyone else fucking gave up. God, it's fucking great night for Democrats. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about, dude. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Well, it happened to a lot of people my name. Not everything is about you and what has happened to you. Maybe you should fucking have some empathy for people who have different experiences than you. Your experience doesn't define everyone else, and your experience isn't the only important one, so maybe you should fucking zip it. What an unempathetic fucking comment to make. Seriously? That actually bothers me. My God. Thank you, Eleanor. Someone earlier said that she didn't like that Kamala mentioned essay in her speech because not everyone has been essayed. What a fucking pathetic thing to whine about. Just because you haven't been essayed doesn't mean a lot of people haven't, and they deserve to be fucking recognized in speeches occasionally. Like, who gives a fuck? You haven't been essayed and you're upset that people who have been are being spoken to? What a fucking garbage comment. What a garbage thing to complain about. You are a bad person. Oh, now you're trying to come up here. Let's fucking hear it. Let's hear it.
Hey, hold on. I didn't say, oh, why did she bring it up when nobody else has? What I was upset with is sexually assaulted victims.
Essay.
It's them. Essay. It's them that's been through it. She said, I put everybody's name on there because it happens to all of us. No, it doesn't.
You don't know if it happened to her or not. You have no fucking clue.
No, I'm talking directly about what she said as a prosecutor. And when she goes to prosecute people that have done that, she doesn't put the victim's name. She puts the people. And I'm like, no, so you can take back that trash comment. I wasn't offended that she mentioned essays because I happen to have a bunch of family, very close family, that was a victim of SA. And the one thing that they want to be known as is they want to be known as a warrior, but also when they go to court, they want their damn name on there. They don't want other people like, oh, the state of California versus the SA. They don't want that.
No, a lot of victims do not want their names out there.
Well, I guess you can speak on your behalf,
and
I can speak on mine.
Well, so name actually. Here's the thing: essay victims who want their names known are welcome to make their names known.
Right, but her
And
comment,
when
and then you completely judging what I said
Yeah.
about it being trash. No, I'm not offended that she mentioned SA. Not at all.
You said,
I was
let's see.
offended. I was offended that she mentioned SA because it doesn't happen to everyone. It's
I
not
don't like how she talked about
everyone.
essays. It didn't happen to everyone.
Right. Right. So now I'm on here to explain it to you because you thought it was such a shit bag comment when really I was explaining myself, saying that what she said was that it was wrong in my opinion to say, oh, well, if it happened to her, it happens to all of us. No, that is not true. I'm sorry, but it's just not. Go back to the very beginning of her speech.
I'm trying to fucking find. Yeah, other people are not understanding exactly what you're saying either. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to look up her fucking the
very beginning of
actual
her speech.
transcript.
Okay, yeah, good.
Because you keep saying like she says this and da da da. I'm like losing track of the fucking
maybe
pronouns
because
you're
I'm
using.
just so upset about that.
So
just
she
that
said-
part. So
How
okay,
does she-
I'm gonna breathe.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Well, I'll
breathe.
I'm sorry. By the way, I thought you said that you didn't like that she talked about essays because
No,
it hasn't
that's
happened
why
to
I had to hop
everyone.
up.
And I was like, just because it doesn't fucking happen to everyone
No,
doesn't mean she shouldn't talk
That's
about
not
it.
even close
All
to
right.
what I said. That's why I had to hop up here.
She was
But
saying an
from-
injustice upon one of us is an injustice upon all of us.
And you know what? That could be true, but in my opinion, or it is true. It is 100% true. But before that, it sounded
Yeah,
to me.
I don't have a problem with that personally.
Right, me either. But before that, it sounded to me when she said that she puts, whenever it comes to essays, she puts the people, which, okay, that's great,
But
because it seems like she said, and I might have misunderstood because I got upset, when it happens to one of us, it happens to all of us, meaning like you're not the only one. And I don't feel that was, I don't know. It just,
No,
it didn't
can I
sit right with
clarify?
me.
Because I
Yeah,
very
please.
clearly understand what she meant. And what she was saying is, as a prosecutor, when she lived in San Francisco and worked as a prosecutor, she didn't ever take up, when she named her cases, she didn't name it Perez against Trump. She didn't name it, Bell against Pavlov. You know what I mean? Like, she named it the people versus Pavlov,
Why,
the
though?
people versus Trump.
But
because what she said is when one of our society receives an injustice, we all receive an injustice, and we should all stand with that person. Is what she was saying.
Yeah, I can kind of grasp it, but I'm still kind of like, nah, fuck that.
Well,
Because
what I'm
whenever
confused by is that honestly, I don't even think I didn't know that was like her fucking choice because I've always seen it as like the people versus blah blah in a criminal prosecution, not a civil case.
And
It's always
maybe that's
the
what
people.
she was saying. Maybe that's what she was saying. Is
Yeah,
that's
my
why it's the
understanding was
people.
but my understanding is that she said she has always worked on behalf of the people. She's always represented the people. So she's never been a defense attorney and she's never been like a personal attorney.
No,
She's
I get
only
that.
ever worked as a DA, and which
So then that
my
point is kind
understanding
of
is
mute then. It's kind of moot
right.
then.
Well, she was just
Right?
making a point of like she's always
But-
been representing the people because that's how it
But the
always
victim
is.
is in a criminal case. The victim is
Right.
there. I mean, you know what I mean?
But that's not right. But
They're there.
as a prosecutor, she's always on like operating. She's always like the representative of the people, like
Right.
officially, legally, whatever. And so
right.
her
No,
point.
and
I mean, she was.
dealt, unfortunately, with that kind of stuff. But I'm just saying, then that's kind of moot. I don't know.
She was making a point. She was just making a point of like her
Yeah.
experience where she's like, I've only like basically she was making a poetic sort of point of like she has never defended, essayers and criminals. She has always been on the side of the people, representing the people. That's like what she's always done. Especially in contrast with, Trump, who has essayed people and has been found criminally liable for essaying people. Like she was like, I have always just been on the side of the people because when an injustice is done to, one of us, it's done to all of us. Like, and I've been finding that good, you know what I mean? Like it's partially poetic, but she's just pointing to her record.
I don't know. I didn't like that because, when essay happens to one, to like say, I don't want to say yourself, but like my dog, let's just say, if essay happened to my dog, it didn't happen to the other dogs. You know what I mean?
Well,
and so
okay, I mean,
it
different
that way. That's
no,
how
but injustice is something that is done to society. I agree with that.
Yeah,
like
and you're
injustice, is not. Yeah.
I took it as we all
I just had to come on here and be like, nope, I'm not dog shit. I didn't post a comment about, well, wait a minute, I'm upset that was mentioned.
No, I apologize. I thought just because the way you wrote it, it sounded that you were.
Well, I don't have much space.
I don't
on
like
here.
how. I know. Yes, I know. It's limited, but yes, the way because you said I don't like how she spoke about essays because it doesn't happen to everyone, and I was like,
no,
who gives a shit if it doesn't happen to everyone? It's still a serious issue.
Yeah. Who gives a fuck? But all right, I'm good. I'm gonna drop now.
Thanks, Name. Appreciate it. Good talk.
Good talk.
DJ Spoon, what's up?
Yeah, so I don't really have any political questions because I don't even know what we're talking about here. Actually, I just joined in and just hit.
Okay. It is the state versus the accused. Yes, the victim is not the one bringing the case. Correct, Jenna.
Hey, well, I could talk about some scams in the legal system. Hey, Tennessee, they don't even charge you. But when you're charged, you're not actually even charged in Tennessee. So
what does that mean?
It means that somebody can say you did something. The cops will take their statement, arrest them based solely on their word, and a grand jury will actually decide if it goes to trial or not. But they'll offer you plea deals.
An indictment results. Right. Yeah, an indictment results in charges. That's typical in every state.
Not every state. It doesn't work like that in Kentucky. Kentucky
doesn't have grand juries?
No, but they'll try to they'll try to make you plead guilty before you're even actually formally charged, which I find very wild. And it does lead to a lot of issues of people pleading guilty to things.
Kentucky does, in fact, have a grand jury. I understand. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about prosecutors trying to get you to take a plea deal, that's true. But that's true across the country. Kentucky does, in fact, have grand juries. Grand juries charges can be brought with or without an indictment through a grand jury. A grand jury is basically just like a test of a prosecutor will have, a grand jury decide if there is, in fact, enough evidence to bring charges.
Kentucky's a commonwealth, though. So each county operates as its own entity. Each county has its own each county has its own county attorney. It doesn't have DAs. So what happens in one county isn't what happens in another. But I think as it goes for a grand jury, that's with felony cases in Kentucky. Misdemeanors, the county has full discretion.
I think you're kind of mixing up a lot of details here. I just Googled, does Kentucky have fucking grand juries? It doesn't fucking matter if it's counties or not. There are grand jurors and juries in Kentucky.
Well, I mean, it does matter because misdemeanors aren't the same. Misdemeanors don't carry the same standards and weight as felony cases do. So in a felony case, you have 90 days or you have to stand trial within 90 days. A trial has to start. In misdemeanor cases, they can hold them for 5 years.
Well, no, you're entitled to a speedy trial just federally. The Constitution grants you that right. But in most cases, you can waive the right to a speedy trial. And in fact, there usually is a hearing where you officially waive the right to a speedy trial just so that your defense attorneys can get together the best defense possible. You can, in fact, refuse to waive that right and basically require prosecutors to bring the case within the 3-month, timeline. But that's less to do with fucking felonies and misdemeanors. I don't think you know what you're talking about, man.
Misdemeanors is where the issues come out. I definitely do because I've been through the legal system in Kentucky and tried to get a trial, and they held on to my case for about a year and then dropped it.
Did they actually bring charges against you?
Yeah. Yeah, I went to four times. I had my trial scheduled, and the prosecution canceled it and pushed it out because they didn't have witnesses ready.
Right, they requested a stay or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different, DJ. That's not the same as them not bringing the trial. That is that everyone showed up and they're like, "Hey, judge, can we get some extra time?" And the judge said, "Sure." That's not.
Yeah,
that doesn't
but what I'm saying,
actually contradict what you're saying, dude.
In a felony case,
Yeah,
they
it's not.
can't do that.
They can, DJ.
That's what-
Actually, they can. They can.
No, they
They
have much
can,
stricter
DJ. They
deadlines.
can.
You could
I can
ask-
tell you, they can
you
fucking
could-
show up
but
to
you
court
could
and be
ask-
like, "Judge,
Listen,
we need more
you can
time."
ask for a dismissal, though. In felony cases, you can get a dismissal off that. You can't in misdemeanor cases. I
Okay,
literally
that's a
had this
different
conversation
fucking
with
thing than what you're
attorney.
saying, though. This entire fucking.
Okay, so
that's-
it's not required. Then.
Jesus.
If you can't ask for a
Well, I don't-
dismissal based off of it, then it's not technically required by. Listen, I mean, this is the conversation I had with a licensed attorney, mind you. So
I don't fucking know what to believe you actually talked about with a licensed attorney or not, dude.
I mean,
you're getting so much wrong. I'm sorry, but you're like straight up getting so much wrong, and then you keep shifting what it is that you're claiming. So like,
because you're
I
taking
don't
what I'm
fucking-
saying into a different direction.
No,
like
I'm not-
when I said I was talking about misdemeanors in general sessions court, and then you told
No,
me that.
first, no, DJ. Let's be clear. First, you said, first you said there are no that. Oh, in Tennessee they can charge you without charging you, and I said, what the fuck does that mean? And you said, oh, you started talking about grand juries, and you said, like in Kentucky there are no grand juries, and I googled that, and I was like, no, there's fucking grand juries, and then you said, well, no, there's grand juries just for felonies, but not for misdemeanors, and then we were talking about like how that's not fucking true, and you said, well, it's because felonies they have to take you to court in 3 months, but misdemeanors it can be like a year. And I explained to you how that's not fucking true either, and how that actually works. And then you said, well, no, it's because I had a misdemeanor, and I showed up to court 4 times, and every time the prosecutors asked for more time, and it was given to them. Like none of those, like you don't fucking understand what you're talking about, dude. You just fucking don't.
You're taking what I'm saying into a different direction. Felony cases are done in district. Sorry, what is it? They're done in in Kentucky. They'd be done in 6th Circuit, so they operate much differently, and sometimes outside of the state, because you only have certain districts with among felony cases. So it's not the same as what I'm
that
talking
speech was
about.
amazing. All right, yeah, DJ, you keep fucking. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I'm gonna boot you because we were talking about politics earlier. Thank you.
Hey, that's
all right. I'm literally fact checking as we're going along, subliminal, but like I know a lot of that is actually untrue too. Yeah,
I'm
no, but
just
that was
so pumped and so moved tonight.
I know that was so fucking good. So
Beyonce
good.
didn't show up, and it was still like the best night. You know,
I was hoping it would be T Swift, just because of the whole AI thing.
No, listen. Have you looked? I haven't double checked this because I don't even know where to look. I guess I could go to her website or something. But somebody told me, and we
Not
can
AI,
check.
dude. Generative AI? No, dude. I pulled
can
up the
check this.
fucking Kentucky.gov site to check if in fact I was correct about whether or not there are grand juries in Kentucky, and there are.
So maybe while you're pulling stuff up, you can pull this up. But somebody told me that she's starting the next leg of her tour, or like a new tour or something, in the fall, and in October, every single tour date is in a swing state.
Interesting.
I'm like, I mean, hey, that would be cool. I mean, I think that would to make the most impact, right? Because obviously the DNC is going to be big no matter what. Wait until October to get involved, a month away from the election.
I don't know why she would have
election
to
day.
wait to get involved, though.
Well, it would make the biggest impact, is what I'm saying. Then
Sure. But I think also, I feel like she should put out a statement just because of the whole bullshit AI thing that Trump came out with. Like, she'll be touring in swing states, Eleanor. Yeah, subliminal. I don't know what the whole argument was. The argument was he came up here and made some weird fucking claims. And as I was fact checking him, he kept pivoting away, trying to change what he had said. And I kept fact checking those fucking pivots because he was still lying the entire time. And it just went down this weird fucking meandering route of him pivoting with more bullshit, and I don't know what his fucking point was, which is why I just like booted him to talk what we all want to talk about.
Also, just what a weird thing to be like, hey, let me argue about Tennessee's legal.
Yeah, exactly, Darth. I agree.
Right now,
Yeah.
it's such a weird thing.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, and if he had been like factually correct, I mean, it all started with like me just being like, what are you talking about? Like just trying to understand what he was saying. And the more he said, the more it was like, well, that's not true. That's, you know what I mean? Like, it was just, I'm happy to hear his point or hear him talk about what he wants to talk about before he's got to get the fucking facts correct. Like, how are we going to discuss something if he's just, I don't know, making shit up? It's fucking weird. Anyway,
Somebody said they requested.
she just got
DC.
back from Europe. Lore accepted. Or requested. It's not really a debate. We're just talking about how awesome tonight was.
Hi.
3 good things about Kamala. There are no good things about Trump. Subliminal. I don't have to pretend there are. What's up, Lore?
Hello.
You requested to come up.
Yes, I did. I just had a quick subject. You guys were talking about Taylor Swift, right? Was that a little bit earlier ago? Was that wrong?
Sort of. Yeah.
We were talking about the DNC.
Yeah, the DNC, right? And then like her and stuff. I think her hand is gonna get played. And someone said something about what was it like when she's doing concerts? It's in like the swing states, right? Right before November. Trump just put an AI image out of her in an Uncle Sam costume saying vote for Taylor Swift with Swifties for Trump in a fake news article. Here's the thing. Trump couldn't make that himself. So there had to be a recon team, a whole team of people who...
A recon team or just one fucking person who put
not a
in the
recon team,
request?
but you know what I'm saying? Not a recon team, but
It's like they went to like ChatGPT or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever
but
the
you
ones,
had an
yeah.
intern who sent it to someone else, who approved it through someone else's accord, and then they posted it, and it went out. Like, it didn't go through one person's hand.
No,
right?
it was the truth social version of a retweet. He
Yeah,
retweeted
but-
somebody's
but
thing
who-
and said I accept. So it's
But
not like
someone made that image, and it had to go through his team, right? His team of people, right? Or did he just see that and repost? What do you think happened there? But my
Well, we
point
don't
being is that he just strong-armed her into making a move. Does that make sense? Whether it's legally or politically.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
sure. I agree. I mean, and she's come out against him in the past,
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it was really fucking stupid. Also, I was excited for her to just sue him because she has money. He has fake money. And I think it'd be really fucking funny to watch her destroy him. And
When a real billionaire makes a fake billionaire.
exactly.
Right, he has like evaluations and stuff. It's like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All his is tied up in property and all this and that and stuff. So
Mhm.
yeah, she actually, especially coming off Heiress, could just drop it. She did, but it's funny. Like she sued somebody for $1. I can't remember who it was.
Oh, I think that sounds familiar.
Yeah,
That sounds familiar.
so I would even love it. I mean, she probably would sue him for more than $1, but even it would just be hysterical if she sued him for $1. That would just I hate Donald. I know you don't have it, so.
Hey, I have even a better one. I know if you're a true Swiftie, what she should do is honestly not even sue him. Just put her support behind Kamala, do an October thing, and then just say, I'll release Reputations T-Swift version coming out whenever. Like, she could do so much things. Like, she made a whole documentary last time, and she doing her support against Donald Trump, basically. It was released in documentary. She does stuff. When she steps up for something, she actually steps up. It's crazy. So, like, the silence isn't weird. She just talked about the DNA attacks.
That's why I was kind of thinking that the rumors of her showing up at the DNC might be true, because it's like odd that she hasn't replied or responded at all to the AI image already. Like, it's been a few days. You would expect her to come out with like some sort of statement like almost immediately. But so I was like expecting it to be some sort of like very clear statement like at the DNC or whatever. That would have made perfect fucking sense. But nothing. Crickets. It just seems odd because it's like she fucking hates the guy. She does not fuck around with her image. But also like her dad was like really pushed back against her coming out publicly, against him. and she like had to really fucking fight for that. So I can totally see her fucking idiot dad like behind the scenes like being like, no, just don't say anything and like let it,
Well,
you know
it
what I
was
mean?
he was like fearful of her safety and the having to increase security, and it wasn't like it's not like he's a
No,
Trumper
it
or
wasn't.
anything.
No, it wasn't as simple as safety. It was also like your fans are conservative.
Oh yeah, it was money too. Yeah.
It was like you're a country, because she started as a country singer. You know what I mean? Like it was like people aren't gonna fucking like that. And they're very, and that was the thing. She was so non-political and apolitical for the longest time, because she had so many fucking red state fans, and that was clearly by design. She's Miss America and like whatever. So yeah, I could see her dad just being like, just like don't do anything about it, because he didn't want her to like alienate conservative fans before anyway. But whatever.
Good night. I love you guys.
Those swing state tour dates though are interesting, at least.
Yeah. That's exciting. I hope she does do something for it. I hope she doesn't like just stay like apolitical. Like, come on. At this point in time, come on.
I was trying to watch that speech from my younger self. I was like very moved during the whole speech.
Exactly.
But then at times I was like watching it and I was like, is this more hawkish than I would have accepted in 2008? You know what I mean?
Right.
But then I was kind of reminding myself that like Trump pulled the Overton window in this country so far to the right that we kind of have to start pulling it back. And I was like, all right, maybe this is like the first step in pulling it back is to be a little bit more hawkish than I would prefer,
Yeah.
But maybe what is it? 2028 will be a different type of Kamala if she's elected, different type of re-election. So I don't know. That was my thought the whole time. Is I was like, how would it? Like, I'm feeling very moved by this because of what's at stake. But how would I have felt when I was like 20, 22?
Yeah.
In like 2008. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I think all of these speeches, it's like they're gonna hit the same points, right? They'll have like maybe a couple of like policy wise, they'll have some sort of like specific details. Like she obviously included like a couple of very specific details that are of their time. For the most part, they're all gonna land exactly in the exact same spot, like belief and policy wise. It's just like the difference is like how can they put it and like really what's their energy, you know what I mean? Like how is the speech actually written and worded, and how good are they at delivering it? Because there's nothing like fucking mind-blowing about a politician being like, let's safeguard democracy, America is great.
Yeah, America's the best country in the world. Yeah.
I'm so proud. Yeah. Like it's classic. And then of course making it about like the personal story, and also I'm just saying this like in part because we were talking earlier about this, but I went back and I rewatched part of Obama's like 2004, DNC speech which was, did you know that speech?
No, I feel like I must have watched it at some point, but
fucking
I remember how good
it was. So good.
Yeah.
It was like no one had heard of him yet. He was a candidate. He still hadn't even like won his like election to Senate or wherever.
Wow.
And I remember this, and sorry if you guys heard me say this earlier, but my mother and I both, we used to, I don't know if she still remembers this, but I was 13 at the time, and he spoke at the DNC, and of course we were watching the DNC, and like during his speech, like my mom and I were both just like, and I said like, this guy's gonna be fucking president one day. And we weren't the only ones. Like recently, because I was telling Philippe about it, I was like, I still remember seeing like Obama, because he spoke a few days ago, day 2, day 3, I don't know. And
day 2.
Yeah, and so he and I were talking about it. We were like, oh man, the Obamas, like we miss the Obamas. And we talked about like the 2004 speech, and I told him about that of like, yeah, my mom and I were like, this guy, whoever the fuck this guy is, like, we're looking forward to seeing him in like 20 years. And then, 4 years later, he was the candidate, he was president. But I looked it up to be like, is it as good as I remember? And sure enough, and I was like reading these articles, and like in those articles, it was like so and so even said like on air like this is the future president and stuff, and I was like, okay. And I mentioned it here earlier, and other people were like, yeah, my dad said the same thing, and da da da. Like that speech was like incredible. And I put it on YouTube. You know, I played part of it, and it's like I kind of skipped through it a couple, you know, bit by bit, not to watch the whole thing. And it's like, yeah, it's a great speech, and Obama is obviously Obama. But also it's like just like every other fucking speech. You know what I mean? Like he talks about his childhood, and he has a compelling story. He has a compelling personal story that ties to all the fucking important things that, you know, Democrats especially are like running for and on and all this stuff. It's just about the way it's written and the way it's delivered, you know? That's what it is. Everyone's up there saying the same shit, which is fine.
Can I tell you, last night, I felt that way and said it to my friend. We were texting. We've been texting all 4 days. We both texted it like at the same time about, what is it, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland. That was a good speech. And then we both said,
which one is
this
that
guy's
one?
gonna.
I feel like I know what you're talking about.
He gave the speech about the bridge, and when the bridge in Baltimore, he was the mayor of Baltimore, I think, at the time, and Kamala called him and said, "Gov, it's Kamala, like I'm on the way,"
I remember
or something
that.
like that. Yeah.
Gov.
Yeah, him.
Yeah. Okay.
Gov, it's Kamala. She said 3 words, Gov, it's Kamala. What do you need, or something like that.
Yes. I remember. Yes.
That was such a good speech, and we were like, "Whoa, who's like never heard of this guy before? You know, who's he's gonna run for president one day. Like this guy's amazing." I don't remember feeling that in 2004. I'll tell you why. It's because I was 17 in 2004, and at the time, so our computer was in our living room, and like I would be on AIM all the time, and my parents are extremely conservative, so Fox News was always on in the background while I was like on AIM every night with my friends. And if I had been 18 during the 2004 election, I would have voted for George W. Bush because I was so pickle brained by Fox News and like hearing shit in the background. It wasn't until I went to college and like started talking with my new friends, and like we would stay up all night and talk debates and politics and stuff that I really like actually fucking thought for myself and like learned for myself. So in 2004, like I was not watching the DNC. I don't even remember watching the RNC, to be frank. But I remember going to my girlfriend's house, who like her parents were like super Democrat, and I remember being like, wait, this John Kerry's guy is better than. I remember thinking like, this John Kerry guy is not as bad as I thought he was.
That's so funny.
Because all I was getting like in the background of AOL Instant Messenger was like Fox News talking about how he was a flip-flopper and stuff like that, and that he was a fake Vietnam War hero. And I had no fucking idea.
Purple Heart bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, the Swift voting or whatever. That's awful.
Yeah. Oh my God. I remember AIM. Yeah. And I think also it's, you know, like the thing that someone earlier was talking about, or a couple people mentioned, like Obama's cadence. The funny thing is, if you go watch the 2004 DNC speech, just Google like Obama 2004 DNC. His cadence is not yet what we now know it to be. Like there's like a hint of it, but he speaks quicker. He has like less of that sort of like twang, I guess. You know? It's interesting. Now he's like, I mean, such like Obama, his speech patterns are so fucking classic and iconic. If you go listen to that speech, it's a great speech, but it's like definitely he hadn't like landed on that quite yet. But
his speeches, I remember his speech in 2008 being like all that being incredible, but then I remember nearing the end of his presidency, like the jokes about like how he'd be like, one day
yeah, he'd be like, "Wanna
went to the park?
No. I don't know.
Sat on a bench."
Yeah. But yeah, so if you listen to the 2004 one, it's less of that. But yeah, the guy knows what's up. I will say, so it's funny, the what is it, Mark Kelly, he's the astronaut, right? Did you hear his speech tonight by any chance?
No, I left. I had to go walk the dog, so I left after the Pew violence segment. So I missed Pink and a bunch of people, and I don't remember when I came back, but I know that I missed Mark Kelly.
So we were listening to him, and I was saying, like, thank fuck he was not her VP choice. That guy cannot give a good speech.
I said that during the governor of North Carolina. What's his name? I was like, dude, thank God.
Which one is he?
He was right before Kamala. Right before he was like, because they're very close friends.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, what a wet paper towel. Yeah, he was, but he actually dropped out himself. He said he withdrew.
Gotcha.
But dude,
so
what a wet paper towel, man.
It's funny. We were Roy Cooper. Yeah. Thank you guys. So we all said, we were like, oh, come on, like, let's get through it. We all kind of were like, okay, cool. It was like quick. It was whatever. Like we didn't have that much of a problem with his speech. His speech was fine. Dude, Mark Kelly's speech fucking sucked. Not that it was just like so basic. The guy is not a speech guy. The way he spoke, to me, it felt like a 5-year-old, like what a 5-year-old thinks like a presidential speech sounds like or whatever, you know what I mean? Or a political speech sounds like. It was like lowest common denominator sort of like words, you know what I mean? And his, you should watch it. You should watch it just because it's so fucking painful. Yeah.
I was moved. I mean, he did a fine job. She had a rally in Arizona, like early on after starting to run, and he did a fine job, but I was very moved by Gabby's speech. Did she speak tonight too, along with him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then I will watch it because she's gone through a lot, and her story and her struggles are just so fucking inspiring. I remember that Arizona rally, like being in tears, being like, this woman,
she was so cute. She was really cute tonight, and it made me. I like looked her up because I was like, I don't remember her. I mean, I guess I haven't really seen her give that many speeches, but like since the whole thing. But I was like
2011 or 12. The attempt is so awful.
But I was like, I don't remember her. Like, I don't remember seeing a speech of hers where she was like this cute. And I was like, have I seen her give a speech since the whole like, incident and whatnot? I know she was shot. Yeah. I remember. No, I don't remember the incident, but I'm saying I don't remember like, because I was like, oh, does she have like mental sort of effects, like still like lingering apart from like the aphasia or whatever from like the words? Because I was like, oh, this is like really cute, really sweet. And I was like, did I completely misunderstand like her recovery? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's still something lingering.
Cute. Yeah, it was like really, it was cute. It was like, I don't say that. I don't mean to be like condescending. I don't mean that in a condescending way. Someone else said the same thing, that it was really cute. It was like, yeah, Tim said Gabby was so damn cute. It was like, it was a really cute speech and she was like, yeah, and like Kamala Harris, like it was like a really adorable, yes, exactly, Tim, thank you. Like it was a very adorable energy tonight. You should watch it. You should like see, I know I played the audio, but like you should watch her doing it because it was very just like, yeah, you know?
Yeah, I will watch it because I was very moved when I enjoyed watching her in Arizona when like introducing Kamala. So yeah, I will watch it because I think she's fantastic. I'm just so moved by her like recovery and all that she's been through. So now that she's like speaking again and she's able to go on and do the stump, she's incredible. And people love her. Like the thing about that Arizona speech was like she got people standing up and like cheering and like, you know, people in Arizona just like love her so much.
Yeah.
So
yeah, tonight they the delegates from Arizona were like chanting like Arizona. I think there was like Arizona or something like that. I don't fucking know. But there was like a moment there with Arizona as well. And And
at the rally.
Mark Kelly stood there and he was like helping her like stand and read the thing as she was giving the speech. And yeah.
Yeah, they're a very sweet couple. It's very sweet how he left the military and supported her, and then ran for Congress himself. And yeah, it's very sweet.
Yeah.
At the Arizona rally, they were yelling, "Gabby, Gabby, Gabby,
Yeah.
Gabby,"
No,
and she was like
there's definitely
dancing to it. It was so fun.
Yeah. Ugh, so sweet. So sweet. Yeah.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
So, Eleanor, speaking of Bay, like I was shocked because I saw TMZ like reported, and TMZ, they rarely get it wrong.
Yeah, right.
But I did see that they were reporting she was going to make an appearance and she didn't come. But now that I'm thinking
She was
about
in
it,
Chicago, apparently.
she was. Now that I'm thinking about it, like the DNC and these big moments that we're like all talking about, that was going to be big no matter what. It might have been a waste to have Beyonce. Like, what about like in the lull in September when maybe like the excitement is starting to dip a little bit, post convention, post announcement, you know what I mean? Post like initial run. What about something in September where she does like a concert and like, or like comes and performs a song before a Kamala speech? Like that might be smart.
Yeah.
You know, if we're thinking about like keeping the momentum up, because we only have like when she came in the race, we only had like 100 days or something like that, 108 days. If we're thinking about ways to keep Kamala in the news and keep Trump out of the news, then don't waste Beyonce on the convention, because we're going to be talking about this convention for a week, regardless of whether or not Beyonce was there. You know?
Yeah. It's funny because I was wondering, like, I was thinking if anything, yeah, maybe Beyonce, but I thought Taylor Swift was more likely just because of the AI thing, just to like fucking say, fuck Trump. But I kept like wondering, like, where could they place her so that she doesn't overshadow Kamala, like in the news? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Where,
That's the other
or
thing.
not just in the news, but also like in, because I was like, you know what? I feel like
in the
even
trending like discussions on Twitter. Yeah.
well, not just that though, but like in terms of like the energy of the night, right? Like, obviously you want to end with the keynote person, but it's like if you have Taylor Swift right before her, does the whole crowd get like too hyped up for T Swift, and then like Kamala's speech, does that end up being like a, does that go down from there? I was just like in my head.
Exactly.
I'm not even, because I'm not even like a Taylor Swift fan. I couldn't name a single fucking song of hers, but like I was like trying to think like, how do you orchestrate that evening so that I think if Beyonce had performed, I think it would have overshadowed everything. But I think if Taylor Swift had performed, I feel like Kamala's speech and stuff still would have been like, front page news, all this kind of stuff. But I think the bigger risk would have been like the energy of the evening of like, okay, if you bring her out right before Kamala, does the thing then feel like you drew, whatever. It's just something that I was like thinking about today.
No, totally. I want to answer Tim's question about Oprah kind of. He asked if we think Oprah's appearance helped or hurt Kamala. I think it helped. I think something like Oprah, she's had some recent drama, but I think you have to be like really.
What's the recent drama?
The Hawaii. I think she was buying up. I think Tim is probably talking about Hawaii. Her and The Rock like did some fundraising or something, but I don't. You have to be like really. Even I pay attention to the news a lot, and I don't really even know the details. So for someone like Oprah, and I was saying this about Bill Clinton yesterday in a live that was like, yeah, we all are not thrilled about Bill Clinton. A lot of people are not thrilled about Bill Clinton. But the people who decide these elections, they don't even know that there are flight logs or like, you know what I mean? They maybe vaguely have heard of, you know what I'm saying? So like, as much as I hate that Bill Clinton had a moment, he's a former president that a lot of like boomers and older Gen X still admire and like will look to in this moment. You can't not have a former president speak. If Oprah wants to speak, you have to have Oprah speak. She's like huge with older white women. Like everybody watched her talk show. She's done powerful and strong things. I think the positives for someone like Oprah way outweigh any like recent drama about Hawaii. But maybe, I don't know, Tim, let me know if you're talking about something different than
Yeah.
Hawaii.
Well, also something I thought that was interesting was Oprah referred to herself as like a registered independent or something. Am I imagining that? I feel like
I don't think she gets super involved, very often. That was one of the things she was saying is like, I'm not really normally super involved, but I'm here now. And I'm trying to remember if she spoke in 2016. I don't think she spoke in 2020. I'm trying to remember if she spoke in 2016. Maybe she regrets not speaking in 2016.
Maybe. Yeah. You're not a fan of Oprah? Yeah, I'm not like a huge Oprah person either. Got a bunch of guest requests. All right. I'm not going to stay up too
Does
late
Tim
tonight.
want to come up and explain the Hawaii thing? Because I don't want to.
Because you don't want to? You know what it is?
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought you liked John Oliver. Have you not seen those episodes?
I love John Oliver, but no, I haven't seen those episodes. What is it? Just like yeah, no, I haven't seen them.
She owns land in Hawaii or something, or in that.
Yeah, someone said she owns land in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Is
it's that and the way. No, it's not just that she owns land. It's the way they acquire the land from the people who should have the land and such. There's a lot more to it. It gets complicated.
Okay. Gotcha. That's true. She did give Oz and Dr. Phil a platform. Yeah. Right after the fire's cheap. Oh. When people were desperate and willing to sell for fucking
Is that true, or is that just like what we think? Like, I don't know. I have no stakes on
it's
I'm
true.
I'm not here to.
I mean, from what little I know about
there's a
Oprah,
lot
that
more to
sounds
it.
like it sounds very likely.
Because
some
of those Hawaiians, native Hawaiians, are supposed to be inheriting the land, but those rich people go there and they have these conning ways to take that land from them without paying for it.
Yeah.
And they're rich, so they can pay for it.
Do you want to hear me sing?
Sorry?
Do you want to hear me sing?
How old are you, Alyssa?
I'm 24. My name is Mackenzie.
My ass is burning. Why do we suddenly got these kids in here? It's fucking weird.
This is the new prank call. Did you know? Like, kids go on TikTok lives. Guys, get on a landline, dial a random number, ask them if their
Do they
fridge
even
is
have
running.
landlines anymore? I can't remember the last time I saw.
Trust me, it's way more fun if you're asking a stranger if their fridge is running, and then you tell them they better go catch it.
Mm-hmm. Well, she also oh, I see. Gotcha. Well, the other thing is, didn't she come out like last year or something, like that she had like bullied the actress that was in Precious or whatever? She and like Tyler Perry together had like just, it turned out were fucking bullies and just shitty fucking people, basically. I don't know. I don't remember.
She's done some great, and she's obviously done some shitty things,
Yeah.
I mean, the thing that I know recently about Oprah, because I worked with Ava on Ava's NBC show, and Ava invites me to a lot of events. I went to an event for her show, Ava's show, Queen Sugar, and I didn't know this, even though I watched the show before working with Ava to get a vibe for a show that she's run. Oprah is the reason that show exists, because Ava wanted to make the first show on television that had only female directors for every single episode of every single season, and nobody would give her a pass on that. And Oprah said, I'll do that. But I mean, that's, Oprah, that's not Oprah doing it. That's Oprah seeing someone else and saying, I'll pay for that,
Right.
So anyway, I was at a Queen Sugar event, and Oprah came out, and they were talking about how Ava pitched it to her, and as soon as she said I want this show to be directed by only women, that's when Oprah was like, let's do it. So that's cool, but it doesn't outweigh the other things.
Yeah.
So as much good as Oprah's done, she's probably done some awful things that I don't know about. This Hawaii thing sounds terrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't think like it hurts, to have her speak, because I think it's more beneficial than harmful to have Oprah speak at a convention. For the people who like really love Oprah, it means a lot, and for the people who like really hate Oprah, I don't think anyone's like super pissed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And my thing is, I feel like the speeches of if people don't like a particular speech, they're just going to tune out and wait for the next one as well.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it's not detrimental to like your base, especially.
Yeah.
Pretty bold move having Adam Kinzinger so close to Kamala on the final night.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was odd that Gabby Giffords and Mark Kelly spoke before Adam Kinzinger, but I mean, I'm not.
I know, because they had a couple of Republicans yesterday and stuff. Like, they just sprinkled them through, and I feel like it's, I can't help but feel like there was like a little bit of like a seniority thing, right? I can see why they put him so close to Kamala, because they like to drive home that sort of point of like, it wasn't just a fluke, it wasn't just a couple of random staffers or whatever, a press secretary that never gave a presser, for example. But yeah, it's like you want higher up people and have it be like this sustained sort of thing throughout the DNC of like all these Republicans or people who worked under Trump coming and speaking. And he's obviously like, was he an actual senator?
He's a congressman.
He's what?
He was in the House of Representatives.
Congressman, okay.
But that's what I'm saying. It was a bold move. Like, if you think about the timing of it, people are tuning in around prime time, like 9 p.m., and they're seeing a Republican speak at on the last night of the DNC. I mean, that's pretty
right. But
great.
I mean, Democrats are gonna tune in and be like, and watch it because it's the DNC, and then potential Republicans might tune in and see that it's a Republican speaking right around prime time. And might stick around
I'm
for
saying
that.
it's a good thing. I'm saying bold move as in like nice, bold, like a bold choice.
I think it's fucking clever. Fucking clever. Also giving AOC and Bernie both speeches, you know what I mean? They hit all the fucking, they knew what they were doing. Yeah. They knew what they were doing, for sure. It was a home court move. He represented, okay. There were no professional wrestlers that I know of.
When Tim Walz said that housing and healthcare were a human right, because I feel like I don't know if their campaign has explicitly stated that before.
Mm.
So I love
like,
that.
wow, that is very like they're really 10 toes down on like those particular things. I thought that was cool.
Yeah.
When he said that, I posted a tweet on my like alt Twitter account that I post politics on, so that it's not connected to me and my name. But I said, what did I say? I called him a Midwestist. No, nobody's using it, but I think we should start calling him a Midwestist, like a Midwest leftist.
It'll catch on.
Midwestist.
It'll catch on.
Yeah. Midwestist.
Well, I'd have to have more than 8 followers for it to catch on, so I don't think it will.
You have more than 8 followers.
His
No,
speech
but I mean on my fake Twitter where I like let my frustrations out about politics. No, I don't have more. I have 8 followers.
Well, we got.
I don't even have a Twitter. So.
We got 49 people in here, so the coalition is growing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring it up, man. Midwestist. He's a Midwestist.
Midwestist. I love it. Polls are too big.
Healthcare and
does
and
that make
housing.
Bernie a northeastist?
Yeah, no, I think he's just a leftist.
He doesn't have a particular title associated with him.
I think it's because I think my thought process behind it was that it's so rare for someone from the Midwest to be like in politics at this level, or even just like a governor in the Midwest to have such like to be wearing flannel. Like this is like a new version of leftist, right? Like to be wearing flannel and like winning casserole competitions, which he totally did, or I guess they call him hot dish. To be that person and being like at the state fair eating corn dogs and saying housing and healthcare are human rights.
Right.
Like that's the new part to
Right.
me.
Yeah, but also it's like yes and no, right? Like I feel like 50 years ago, you absolutely would have those would have been a dime a dozen. On some, obviously 50 years ago there was like different issues in politics in many ways, but like I like that he keeps what did he say, like one man's socialism and is another man's neighborliness or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that, I mean, that's literally like, you know, I always joke about it on here. I mean, in life, but I always say like Jesus was the OG socialist. And it's fucking true. Like, there's no reason that there shouldn't be this like Midwestern, like good neighbor dad shouldn't basically be all for these like socialist fucking policies. It's like, it's the same fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like, we just have convinced people that they're somehow the antithesis of one another when in reality it's the same fucking thing. It really is neighborliness. It's like, take care of your fucking neighbors, take care of people who are sick, and just make sure everyone has a roof over their head and like a warm belly full of food at night. That's it. And like most small towns in America would be like, yeah, absolutely, I can believe in like we should make sure everyone's got like a you know, belly full of food and a roof over their heads at night. Yeah, most people would fucking agree with that. But then as soon as you're like, you know, housing is a human right, they're like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, it's just, it's marketing. It's all fucking branding.
Well, yeah, it's the marketing branding. It's our, like, people's brains have been pickled by like this idea that rugged individualism means that you can only care about yourself and look out for yourself and your own. And like that idea of what America is so wrong. It's just been like pickling people's brains since the 80s, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did y'all feel about can I ask this question, or does host, do you want to talk about something else?
No, go for it.
How did y'all feel about her like addressing the isn't Al stuff? Because at first I was kind of like, I felt like she was tiptoeing around like the POW side of it. And when she finally brought it up, I was like, thank the Lord. I was like, if you don't even say the word, I'm going to be mad. Like, but how do y'all feel?
I was pleasantly surprised. Well, at first I thought I was going to be really fucking disappointed when she started talking about it, and she kept saying the exact same fucking things we've heard from every single U.S. president to date. Like, you know, to the T, like, the U.S. stands behind AIDS, like, 100% unconditionally. That, like, almost word for word what Biden has said, which doesn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. I know. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know where the U.S. as a nation stands, and whoever its leader is has to, on some level, stand. I get that. So I was like, God damn it. I'm going to be fucking annoyed by the end of the speech. But then the fact that she spent, I think, just as much time, maybe not exactly as much time, but like on par. No, I feel like it was, yeah, she spent probably like around about as much time on PAL, like expressing kind of like the actual support on PAL, and mentioning self-determination for PAL.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Like, it's not perfect. It's not fucking groundbreaking, especially when it's like combined with the is comments right before, but it is stronger than we've ever really heard from anyone in her position before. Like, it is more supportive of PAL than any statement we've really heard coming from like people in her position or close to that her position and stuff, you know, like, so I was like, all right, it's not, you know, I'm not gonna fucking, you know, phone home about it, but I'm also not like I guess it's slightly pleasantly surprised, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait, but Tim, she did mention PAL. What do you mean?
Yeah, Tim, no, she spent like just as much time talking about PAL as she did is.
No, and that yeah, like I was about to be mad because she wasn't mentioning it, and then she did, and I was like, okay, like.
Thank you, Dan.
And it also kind of showed me like, even if it's not this like stark contrast, like she does have policy difference with Biden, you know, like they're not the same like person policy wise.
Yes and no, Luke. See, here's the thing. I'm pretty convinced. I'm convinced that Joe Biden, Kamala, and like at least half of Democrats that have not come out and explicitly said so are way more on Pal's side than they can publicly be. You know what I mean? I have a good feeling that definitely Kamala and Joe Biden are more just like, well, we know for a fact Biden fucking hates Bibi. We know it. We've heard that coming from there. But I feel like he's unfortunately like they're in that tough position where the US has to take this like certain stance, you know what I mean, on some level. Joe Biden can slowly slide towards like being more and more stern with but unfortunately he's still the same person. And I feel like Kamala is, because she's a new person, she's able to start a little bit more on the like firm side, even if she's basically like kind of saying the same stuff that like Joe Biden has been saying recently. Joe Biden is tarnished by the fact that he has very slowly had to get there, and she can sort of like start more firmly at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like
it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, I think she walked right up to the line of like what she could say as Joe Biden's vice president. You know, she's still in government, right? So she can't fully like take something that the United States government isn't ready to. She can't say in a speech accepting the DNC like something that the United States, a policy that the United States, like I'm certain that this all went through and got cleared and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. So I think she walked right up to the line as much as she could say, but I do think she'll be a different president than Biden in these ways.
Thank you, Dan.
I think so.
Thank you.
The other thing I think is just in terms of Biden, like right now, is like they have this need to be, and it's probably like a good need, but they have this need to like stay at the table, and going too far too soon or something, as much as like, you know, we all want them to, like they have to be at the table still, I think, and we definitely don't want them like no longer having an effect. We want them to have a more effective effect, but we don't want them to be like, you know, pushed away from the negotiating table all completely. So I don't know. I'm feeling hopeful about it, especially like all the stuff you said, Brenna. So,
well, Eleanor said, "Why do we have to though? Why can't we cut them up?" So I mean, I agree. I think we should be able to. However, listen, I'm not going to get all conspiracy theory about it and being like, oh, has like blackmail or whatever on the US. No, but I think that and the US are, I mean, is sort of like a satellite arm for the US in the area, yes, but also I think there are very, very definitely like intelligence concerns between the US and in that very famously has a lot of resources and capabilities in that area, that I think the US utilizes and relies upon, but I think is also at the mercy of in a lot of ways, if that makes sense. And I'm sure that goes both ways, but I think that there's probably some just like very, very deeply intertwined kind of intelligence concerns there. Does that make sense?
Do you think the G would be far worse if we weren't there at the table? Like, do you think that Biden, even though we think he's not doing enough, is doing something?
Yeah, exactly, Eleanor. Sorry, can you repeat that last bit, Andrew?
Do you think that Biden, even though we think, and rightfully so, he's not doing enough, but don't you think his presence there is doing something? Like at the metaphorical table, his presence at the table is doing something to lessen it,
yes,
even if it's not
no. I think that part of the yes and no, right? I think part of the reason the U.S. has to be at the table is because I think would literally wipe PAL off the map right now if it could. And but the US knows that it's like so enmeshed with that if basically starts World War III, where it's at, the US will be fucking pulled in there. And I don't think it's because the US really gives a fuck. I think it's because the US is so unfortunately enmeshed in terms of like, you know, intelligence and like military concerns with that it like, so I feel like the US is there mainly to be like, don't fuck, just don't fucking start World War III. Just like, fuck, please just fucking chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's out of kindness of its heart. I don't think it's out of, you know, I think it's like, is somehow both this like, it's like this, I feel like is like this stepchild to the US, right? That like the US both has like no control over, but also is like entirely fucking responsible for in a lot of ways. And I think it's that. I think it's like, honestly, in many ways, just like a self-protection thing, because the US cannot turn its back on as much as, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm pretty sure Biden and Kamala would fucking love to just like cut like as individuals. I can't imagine that they wouldn't be more than happy to be like, you know what, you fucking deal with your fucking bullshit, and we're not gonna like be responsible for this anymore. But I think that once you get into that position, you're like, oh, hold on, they are responsible for all of our intelligence gathering in like Russia, you know, fucking North Korea, you know, wherever, or, you know, I don't know what it would be, but like similar to that, like, oh, and we're like this heavily dependent on them in those regards. And also the only reason we have access to certain technologies that they can and do use against us is because we are so tightly in, you know what I mean? Like, they're literally, I think they are completely incapable of fully cutting off. So the best that the US can do, no matter who the fuck is in charge, is hope that doesn't pull the US into the next fucking world war. And I think that's the only fucking reason they show up to the table, to try to make sure that they don't fucking do that, basically.
Wait, not to change the subject.
Exactly, Tim.
Not to change the subject, but Chris, like, I mean, Walls is progressive, but the most progressive person? I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah. I know, and that's like, it's a weird fucking contradiction, right? It's like, yeah, his voting record is not very progressive whatsoever. It's just, it's like, what I like about him is like, that's the thing. It's like he is able to basically make it clear. Like, a big thing that we talk about here is like, I think that like most of us agree on a lot more than we like even fucking acknowledge, right? Which is why, like, you know, I like to go through the logic, like, you know, ask people, what is it that you care about? What's important to you? Like, why are you making these choices? Because usually, like, everyone ends up on the conclusion, like, if you actually follow the logic of like what people want and like whatever, the logical conclusion, like 90% of the time, is to actually end up voting blue. And I feel like Tim Walz is like the perfect example of this, right? Like, you don't have to be that progressive, but I think deep down everyone's beliefs are actually pretty fucking progressive. Like, when you actually kind of get down to the core of what it is that everyone actually believes in, I think the conclusion would be like, oh, everyone is quote unquote progressive. But that's not, you know, does that make sense? I don't know.
This
No,
is
that
like
makes sense.
like change of subject, but like you mentioned just like breaking people's beliefs down. It's still so crazy to me when you like do that, and it's just the most like bigoted like core you could like ever find. And they came in here with these like actual, like, you could almost convince yourself that it's reasonable, and then you get down to the core of it and it's just like another bigot, you know?
Yeah. But then there's also, and to be fair, there's the flip side, right? Where like people come in here and like they'll be like, oh, da da da, and like it's so easy to write them off as like, oh, that's complete just like bigotry, da da da. But when you start investigating it, you start to realize like, oh no, okay, this isn't, it's because they think that they want this, but they have incorrect information that leads them to believe that the best way of going about getting this is doing whatever it is.
Yeah, I
But
think that's the most common, actually. Yeah.
yeah, I think it's the more like, yeah, I mean, it's fun to be like, the whole like the abortion one, I feel like is the one that more goes
Right.
the way that you described, Luke. That's like, oh yeah, it almost seems like a reasonable take that this guy, but then once you kind of break it down, it's like, no, it's like a really shitty fucking thing that's like about punishing women or whatever. But I think that's like one of the very specific ones that ends up like that. But I think a lot of this stuff, it's like, oh, we look at it as these like completely opposing things, but as you start to break it down, it's like, no, we all actually kind of agree on what we want here. We just are operating on different information, and like, and as a result are drawing different conclusions about like what the best way to go about it is. And I think that's more common, at least from what we discover here, of like, oh yeah, if this person actually wants this and cares about that, they're just operating on maybe some logical fallacies or incorrect information. Yeah.
It's also a more important conversation to have,
Yeah.
like absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Eleanor. Our progressive / liberal views are pretty much basic policy in the board. Yeah, absolutely. I've talked about this before. I have literal friends who support Franco, the fascist dictator that we had in Spain, who also agree that universal healthcare is like a basic human right and should absolutely be in place. It doesn't have to be this weird fucking progressive thing. It doesn't. That can just be the base minimum that we can all agree on. But anyway. I'm sorry, guys. So I'm not going to stay up super late because I have a real person job Monday, Tuesday. So I'm trying to like keep normal hours right now. It's almost 1 a.m. Hi.
Go to bed.
Thank you, Tim. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to bed. I will probably be on tomorrow, maybe during the day. Philippe is on set and stuff tomorrow. Or not on set. He's going to a camera checkup.
Can you tell us more about the job, or are you not going to? Or I'm only asking as a friend, not like.
I'm directing some stuff for an organization that's getting out the vote, basically.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, feels
Congrats.
appropriate. Thank you. I don't want to like say too much just in case someone here fucking hates me and wants to like, I don't know, cause trouble and be like, it's a Democratic plot. No, it's just literally directing some videos to get out the vote, just to get people to vote, not one way or another.
I made this offer to Kamala via Instagram, so I'm actually going to have my manager reach out to somebody that has a better chance of response. But I'm pretty much offering music, because
awesome.
I can make it as a tax I can make it as like a donation of in-kind donation. So if the problem is like most of these political campaign ads and like get out the vote stuff, like they just license a track. They're not interested in custom music. But if you are, you know who to call.
Always, absolutely.
Ghostbusters.
Well, if you do hear from Kamala's campaign, also let them know that you've got a director on deck willing to make whatever fucking. They probably already have a fucking crew. I know Bernie's campaign, or office, still has like filmmakers and photographers that on staff. Because I know one of them. But
wait,
yeah, I'd love to fucking do that.
Oh no, never mind. It was never mind. Different person, different senator. Never mind. I was like, wait, who do you know? I know them. I might know them, but no, I'm thinking it's a different person.
Yeah.
They worked for Bernie in 2016, and now they work for somebody else.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I know this person just started working for Bernie in the past year or so. But all right, thank you, Enlightened. It's because I'm sweaty. Actually, no, you know, I did one of those fucking viral face masks. Philippe and I did those viral face masks that you leave on for like 4 hours. We only left them on for like 2 hours. They are so good, guys. I'm going to post a video. It's not a very good video, but we filmed while we were doing them as like a sort of review. So worth it. So worth it. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Enlightened, but I'm going to assume it is. Anyway.
I need to get serious about putting lotion on at least or something.
It puts the lotion on the skin.
Yeah. All right. Good night. I'm going to see you later.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Great night.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, God. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you. You should watch John's show about Hawaii.
I should. I will. I'll make a note. Philippe, I usually like forget to watch them, and then Philippe and I will like knock out like a few at a time every few weeks. But thank you, Enlightened. Wow.
Very informative.
Thank you. Yes, we should do that.
That's a good job. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you, God. Thank you for modding. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, W's in the chat for mods. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone who gifted as well.